And the reason behind that is that there is no organized system to give them regular employment so that they can also contribute in development of their country. If not exactly same, situations related to employment and undignified work exist in some extent in almost all countries. So it's a constant challenge to the leaders of the country to keep fighting with this situation. Otherwise, it leads to several cascaded effects on the overall humanity. So today we will learn about this goal from 4 eminent speakers. Let me quickly give you the introduction of hold on. So this will be the agenda today. UN SDG Goal 8, decent work and economic growth, context setting, then Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation as always. Then we will have session by Mr. Varun Arya, and then Mr. Kamakoti Krishnamurthy, then by Mr. Kalpen Shukla, and then by Professor Rudra Prasad Ghimire from Nepal, followed by a panel discussion. I hope, just like yesterday, we will have a lot of questions to all the panelists today, because this is also a very critical goal, which is somewhere related with several other UN SDGs as well. So let me just quickly set the context by playing a video so that people understand what SALN Summit is all about and how it is structured. Let me now set the context for this 24 days long Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021, so that we all can come on the same page. So for those who have no idea about what Project YugParivartan is, let me quickly give you a glimpse of what it is. Project YugParivartan is world's largest project ever taken in this Chaturyugi cycle, which is launched by defined values consultants for reforming the entire world towards the golden age. We have envisioned the transition of humanity, the world, and the universe into the next yuga as per the eternal cosmic cycle described in the book Code of Citizens' Conduct, Rashtradan. Just like the day and night cycle and the cycle of the seasons, we have a cycle of collective human consciousness also, which makes a pattern which get converted into clues and picked by high conscious people towards reaching to this seed of Yada Yada Hidharmasya, because all those souls who would reach to their maximum potential will have only this mission, the mission to fix all defects of collective human consciousness. Yada Yada Hidharmasya, that means whenever and wherever, in any space and time, if there is a decline in value system, which means people lose their self-actualization state, the self-actualized and other self-actualized and self-realized souls get this clue that time for a grand change has come. And it is exactly the same time. We are very fortunate to witness this firsthand and not just read that in the history. Of course, we are reading previous Project YugParivartan in history, but this Project YugParivartan, which is history in the making, you can witness that live. Now, as this is a SALN Global Summit, let me just quickly introduce you to the Self-Actualized Leaders Network or Leadership Network. Self-actualization is a state of self-awareness from where a person can take highly effective decisions and becomes a visionary thinker. At a self-actualized state of mind, a person's observations reach very close to the root reason for the problem. At this stage, the latent potential of the human being manifests into optimum performance. As a matter of fact, very few people of the world achieve actualization of their potential, resulting in an acute leadership shortage in almost all institutions today. So if this self-actualized potential is not activated, it remains latent and go wasted throughout the life, resulting into ineffectiveness of quality of service of this ecosystem. Self-Actualized Leaders Network, or SALN, is a collaboration platform of self-actualizing leaders from all domains to come together and resolve all problems of the world from the root through a collaborative effort. Now about Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. It's a spectacular event to bring several eminent speakers, thought leaders, visionaries, and luminaries together to integrate all 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, with an aim to unite the humanity as one family, one country, one workplace, and one philosophy. And to achieve this, we have diagnosed that these 17 goals are not sufficient unless we add one more goal to it, which is goal 0, self-actualization of all leaders. About the organizers, the team behind organizing this event, the Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021 is organized by Defined Values Consultants, which aims to develop Bharat into a Vishwaguru country by decoding the ancient wisdom and deriving, developing, and propagating the contemporary formats and frameworks of human and organizational development in front of the world. The event partners for this event are CRDG Foundation, Opulence Group, and the Research Foundation of India. All of them are collaborating through Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. The event is spread across 4 months, as you all know, 18th July to 23rd July, then 18th August to 23rd August, 18th September to 23rd September, and 18th October to 23rd October, from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on all 24 days. The 23rd of every month is kept for candid interaction of Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel with audience and speakers. So if you have any questions during the summit or about Project YugParivartan or SALN or any entity associated with the system, the 6th day of every month, that is 23rd, is kept reserved for that straight question and answer. So you can come and you can ask any question which comes from your curiosity. Themes of the events in the month of July are like this. Day 1, 18th July, the theme is Introduction to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Day 2, 19th July, the theme is Goal 0, Self-Actualization of All Leaders. Day 3, 20th July, Goal 1 of UNSDG, No Poverty. Day 4, 21st July, Goal 2, Zero Hunger. Day 5, 22nd July, Good Health and Well-Being, which is goal number 3 of UNSDG. Then day 6, 23rd July, Candid Conversations with Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel. In the month of August, which is day 7 on 18th August, we will cover goal 4, Quality Education. On day 8, 19th August, we will cover Gender Equality, goal 5. Day 9, 20th August, goal 6, Clean Water and Sanitation. Day 10, 21st August, goal 7, Affordable and Clean Energy. Day 11, 22nd August, goal 8, Decent Work and Economic Growth. And day 12, again, 23rd August, as a candid conversation with Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel. Similarly, day 13 is goal 9, Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure. Day 14 is goal 10, Reduced Inequalities. Day 15 is goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. Day 16, is goal number 12, responsible consumption and production. Day 17, 22nd September, climate action, goal number 30. And on day 18, 23rd September, we will again have a candid conversation with Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel. In the month of October, the concluding month, day 19, 18th October, life below water, goal number 14. Day 20, goal number 15, life on land. Day 21, goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Day 22nd, goal 17, partnerships for the goals. Day 23, on 22nd October, we will have summit closing ceremony. And day 24, again, candid conversations with Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel on 23rd October. Now, in these 24 days, we will give a particular topic, a particular goal, UNSDG, to every speaker, and they have to speak on that. So every speaker has to talk about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals allocated to them. Following points should ideally be covered in their presentation. In your opinion, do we need a grand change in the governance and constitutions of the world, or the world is just doing fine and big reforms are not required? So they have to cover that in their presentation. What 3 things you think should change for the ecosystem to become a golden age ecosystem? What is your vision of golden age or an ideal world? Describe your mission of life and how United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are related to your mission. What is your understanding about the UNSDG allocated to you? And what is your observations about shortcomings in design and implementation by the United Nations? Additionally, there are more questions. What have you already contributed so far to accomplish your mission? Just a status update. What is your take on the role of business organizations in creating a golden age ecosystem? What is your take on the role of a common man in creating the golden age? What are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that you feel for your mission? How do you see your vision converging with Project YugParivartan vision? And what help do you seek from Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform to empower your vision? Some guidelines for speakers, because we are creating a holistic system for the entire world. So we have to be very clear that it is an inclusive, exclusive, and conclusive vision to unite the humanity into one family, one country, one workplace, and one philosophy. And hence, we need to take extra precautions not to offend anyone. We want everyone on this planet to be in Project YugParivartan. So avoiding degenerating words towards any caste, creed, language, political affiliations, religion, or country. All the speakers would be eminent speakers, and hence we would like to invite a speaker at his or her scheduled time only and avoid any delay in start of the next speaker's speech. Hence, it is important that every speaker must end his session in time. And we have allocated 30 to 45 minutes to each invited speaker, which includes reading of their introduction by the anchor and comment or vote of thanks by the moderator. Thanks for the patient hearing about the context setting of the event. Let us now prepare ourselves for Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation, post which we will start the regular sessions. Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation. It's a different type of meditation that you may be doing in your personal lives. The idea here is to sow a seed of Project YugParivartan need into the minds of all the participants and call their soul to join hands with the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform so that eventually everyone on this planet can work towards Yug Parivartan and taking the world towards the golden age. There are several forums that we are creating to make that happen, and SALN or Self-Actualized Leaders Network is one of the important forums that are being created for this purpose. Now, I would request everyone to be prepared for the meditation. Your neck and spine straight, eyes gently closed. For a few seconds, watch the activities happening within your body and its surface. If you feel any sensation or vibration, just observe that without getting involved. Feel as if you are separate and the body is separate. Your true identity is not the body, but because our human machine, which has 4 dimensions, body, heart, mind, and soul, all of which work in tandem and look inseparable. But the fact remains, they are different faculties and can be observed separately. In the normal consciousness, we feel as if we are the body. But in reality, it is not our identity. When we die, the body dies. But that doesn't stop our existence. At the surface of the body and inside of the body, every organ is working as per the role assigned to it. Now, for few seconds, bring your attention towards your breathing. It's an activity which works 24/7 by 365. Whether you are in a waking state or sleep state or dreaming. Body keeps working. Watch the breathing in and breathing out. Deep, calm, rhythmic breathing is going on. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. Now bring your focus towards your mind. Watch all its activities, all sankalp, vikalp, thinking, processing, feeling. Watch everything. Just observe. You don't have to do anything. Everything within you is now at peace, calm, vibration free, silenced. Keep observing yourself, your being. Now we will start the seeding. Seeding of the Project YugParivartan Beej Mantra. The need statement of Project YugParivartan. यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानं धर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृताम् धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in the value system, it becomes imperative that all those people who are self-realized should take the ownership, accountability of fixing all the defects of collective human consciousness due to which pain is coming into people's life. They don't wait for anyone else to ask them to do it. They take accountability of doing it themselves. We are passing through the same situation now, wherein a grand change is urgently required. And for this purpose, everyone has to come forward and do their bit by invoking their self-actualized consciousness. The consciousness from where you can see the truth, and from where you can take those decisions which will remove the pain from people's life. Ask yourself who you are, why you are, for what purpose you have incarnated on this planet Earth. Your soul will give those answers which will take you towards your maximum potential. Think about your origin. Relate it with your current life situation and ask few questions. Are you here for just doing simple things for which not much consciousness is required? Or you are here for something substantial, something meaningful, something which can be mission of your life? Keep asking. Your soul will give you the answer. Stay in this mode, keep introspecting for some time. Now slowly, after this seeding exercise is done, we will come back to our normal consciousness in which we generally live throughout the day. Bring your focus back to your mind, activate it. Now bring your focus to your breathing. Keep taking long, deep, calm breathing. After 2-3 rounds of deep breathing, bring your attention to your body. From top of the head to the bottom of your feet. Activate each and every organ. Now bring your focus to your palms, rub them together, and gently massage your eyes and your face and the whole body. And with 4-5 blinks, open your eyes. I hope like every day, some seeding and nourishment of that seed would definitely have happened. This is a constant process to bring people on Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, which is a platform to dissolve all the differences between all human beings on any parameter. So with this now, I would go to my colleague, Mr. Devesh Singh, to invite our first speaker of the day on the dais. Devesh ji.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes, Devesh ji, go ahead. Yes, Devesh ji, आवाज आ रही है आपकी, आप आगे इंट्रोड्यूस कीजिए.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Professor Varun Arya is a first-class graduate from IIT Delhi, 1976 to 81 batch, and postgraduate from IIM Ahmedabad, 1981-83 batch. Thereafter, he worked for 16 years in senior positions with the leading companies like Indian Rayon, Reliance, and lastly as general manager with American multinational DuPont at a young age of 36 years. In April 1999, when he was just 40 years, he left the corporate world to become an educational entrepreneur. After having established and successfully run Aravali Institute of Management for over 2 decades, he is now associated with his dream project of establishing and shaping up a top quality educational campus, Aravali Gurukul Ashram, spread over around 100 acres, extremely saline, arid wasteland transformed into a green campus under his leadership. It is planned to have a group of institutions in diverse areas of education and visions to be a model of no compromise, blending the best of traditions with the latest in modernity at Jodhpur in Rajasthan. Amongst the various positions held by Professor Arya, he has been the president of prestigious IIT Delhi Alumni Association, the apex body of around 55,000 members alumni based worldwide. Alumni representative on the Senate of IIT Delhi, board members of the Technology Business Incubation Units Board of IIT Delhi, and secretary of IIM Ahmedabad Alumni Association. He is presently on the boards and advisory councils of various educational institutions and other organizations. For the last over a decade, he has also been a member of IIM Ahmedabad Society. Because of his firm belief that education by definition is based on ethics and values, his journey as an educational entrepreneur has been filled with unending hardship, risks, sacrifices, and struggles. His endeavors have been extensively appreciated and recognized with a large number of honors and awards. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Varun Aryaji.
Welcome, Varun ji. Varun ji, you're on mute. Varun ji, you're on mute. Kindly unmute yourself. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. वीडियो तो आ रही है आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन, लेकिन वॉइस नहीं आ रही है. शफीक जी, एक बार आप कॉल कर लीजिए वरुण जी को.
I've done it.
हाँ जी,
Can
हाँ
you
जी
hear me
वरुण
now?
जी. हाँ जी वरुण जी, अब बिल्कुल आ रही है आवाज.
Okay.
अब प्रेजेंटेशन चला सकते हैं आप.
Okay. Now it's all visible.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Visible and
visible.
audible.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, first of all, I would like to thank Defined Values Consultants for inviting me for this, I believe, a very important and very prestigious event to share my thoughts. And out of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, I have been asked to speak on goal number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Now, I will not, I'll just quickly go through certain common things and then focus on the goal assigned to me. Now, of course, all of you are aware since that about these 17 sustainable development goals, to which Defined Values Consultants have added goal 0, and which is also, I believe, the extremely important, perhaps more important than almost all of these, which is self-actualization. So the goal number 8 is decent work and economic growth. Now, before I come to the goal assigned to me in greater detail, let me share with you why, from where these sustainable development goals, and specifically the goal number 8 assigned to me, has come from. See, the main objective of the United Nations when it was formed in 1945 are the maintenance of internal peace and security, the promotion of the well-being of the peoples of the world, and international cooperation to achieve these ends. The highlighted portion, the promotion of the well-being of the peoples of the world, is directly linked with goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. Now, these are the 4 pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights, rule of law, and development. Again, development is one of the important pillars of United Nations, which is directly linked with the goal number 8. Now, let me slightly digress, but tell something which is extremely important and relevant to what we are talking about. Human values, the Almighty or the Creator or the nature, whatever you want to call it, made all of us as human beings with one community, the humanity, and one common code of conduct, the human values. However, the man, we, made divisions within the community of humanity by caste, creed, color, class, religions, nationality, none of which were made by the Almighty or the Creator or the nature. These all are entirely man-made. Now, with these divisions began the man-made, again man-made, distortions in human values. And with these distortions in human values, it gave rise to vested interest amongst the individuals and the nations. And it is because of this vested interest that the world and the humanity, and in fact, all other beings on this earth, apart from human beings, are facing enormous problems day by day. And the problems are only increasing, not decreasing. And we are all concerned with what will happen to the future generations. Future generations of human beings and even future generation of other beings. And that's where the importance to talk about United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Although these are focused on the human beings, but I'm sure these affect in the process all other beings as well. Now, we talked about universal human values. Human values. Now, these are the universal human values which are there in the Charter of the United Nations and also in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Peace. Peace is extremely important, because unless you have peace, you cannot have development. Latest example is Afghanistan, where the entire country and its development has gone back by not decades, by centuries, because there is no peace there. Freedom. Freedom is extremely important, because unless freedom is there, we cannot have self-actualization. Social progress. Yes, it is good to talk about economic growth or economic progress. But equally, if not more important, is to talk about the social progress. Much of the world, India included, what it has achieved during the last several decades is economic progress. The social progress is yet to be achieved anywhere close to the economic progress. Equal rights, extremely important. Human dignity, very important. Now, I will briefly talk about sustainable development. Now, this is something which means different things to different people. However, the most frequently quoted definition is from the report Our Common Future by the World Commission on Environment Development. The key word is our common future. Again, for all the human beings and other beings, our common future. Sustainable development is the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. We should not have a scenario where our coming generations blame us or curse us that we have left worse world for them or worse Mother Earth for them than what we had. Now, these are some of the focus of sustainable development goals: the people, the planet, prosperity, the peace, and partnership. Now, coming back to the goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. Decent work means opportunities for everyone. The key is everyone to get the work that is productive and delivers a fair income. Fair income is another key word. Security in the workplace and social protection for the families, better prospects for personal development and social integration. And economic growth is an increase in the quantities of goods and services produced and available per head of the population over a period of time. Now, both these are interrelated and interdependent. Unless we have economic growth, we cannot have decent work. And unless we work in a decent manner, it's only when we have decent work, we can give our very best. And only when we give our very best, we can have the best possible economic growth. Now, these are the various parts of goal number 8. I will not get into details about this. There are 12 of them. But I will come back to the issues which defined values consultants has put before the speakers. And I will give more details in this. One of the issues which has been raised is, do we need a grand change in the governance and constitution of the world, or the world is just doing fine? And big reforms are not required. Unfortunately, big grand change is needed. Because if we look at the scenario all over the world, including India, things are not the way we would like to, we dream about. There is a lot of chaos, anarchy, problems, struggles, bottlenecks, whatnot. Now, that's not the kind of world we dream of and we would like to give to our coming generation. Therefore, grand change is very much needed. What are the three things you think should change for the ecosystem to become a golden age ecosystem? In my opinion, the three things are: first is core values. Core values are derived from the human values about which I talked. They are also based on the universal human values which are there, part of the United Nations Charter. If we look at the Fortune top 100 or top 50 or top 25 companies, why they are in the top? Because there is one thing common across all these companies, and that's the core values. Core values are not only condition of employment, including the topmost person, they are also the condition of operations of the organizations, functioning of the organization, the future of the organization. Now, have any of us wondered why, apart from the business organizations, for example, the educational institutions do not seem to have core values? The IITs and IIMs of India, the iconic institutions because of which India is known and respected internationally, the Harvard and Stanford and the MIT and other institutions, the US, why they do not have core values? And going a step further, why the nation's governments do not have core values? Why the judiciary does not have core values? Why the executive does not have core values? Why the media does not have core values? Core values, as I mentioned, are conditions of the individuals occupying the various positions, their being there, and the conditions. Just to give an example, the ethics is one of the most important core values. If the core values were there and ethics was a part of it, of course, the corruption would not be there. The kind of corruption we see everywhere, which is the biggest derailer for the development. As per an empirical survey done by us, 80% of the work, I will not take any names, but 80% of the work gets done through the government in India is by paying bribes. 80%. The kind of budget which we have, we can achieve 3 to 4 times more than what we are doing presently because of corruption. Ethics is one of the very important core values. The integrity, care for the planet, human interpersonal sensitivity, safety and security, and so on and so forth. So, therefore, core values is one of the very important things we need in the ecosystem for us to have the society and the nation and the world of our dream. The passion is the second thing. Passion is complete surrender to the purpose. There is no if and but. Just do it. just take things to the logical conclusion. Of course, core values, keeping core values in mind. And do not justify the means. Means are as important as the ends. And the third is out-of-box approach. There is a tendency in most people, including most in the government, in the governance, to use outdated systems. Go by the precedents. In the process, we do things which were relevant when that approach was done and the result thereof. Today, we need new results and therefore new approach. And therefore, we have to think of out-of-box approach. What is your vision of golden age or an ideal world? And there are two things which are extremely important in this. I'm a firm believer in a Pygmalion effect. Pygmalion effect is whereby a pygmy can become a lion. Anybody who is nobody can become somebody. A person who starts off in his life, for example, as a laborer, can actually end up as the CEO of one of the largest enterprises or the promoter of a largest enterprise. We have several examples in our country. The son of a poor fisherman, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, rose to become the president of India. Mr. Lal Bahadur Shastri, son, born in abject poverty, who used to cross river to go to the school, rose to become the Prime Minister of India. And there are several other examples we have. I believe if they could do it, anybody can do it. All it requires is three things: the purpose, the passion, and the principles. And when you have the end result of Pygmalion effect, that is what self-actualization is. Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, self-actualization is right at the top, whereby you achieve not only as per your potential, but you go a step further. You rediscover and rediscover and rediscover as a dynamic process yourself and your potential, which you were not even aware of, and achieve the ultimate. What you were destined to. So this is what my vision of golden age or an ideal world is. If everybody is able to have self-actualization through Pygmalion effect, then the world would be a very different place. What to talk of decent work and economic growth? It would be a world where we would have a lot of happiness, good health, and a lot of togetherness. Describe your mission of life and how United Nations Sustainable Development Goals relate. My mission in life has been, especially for the last over 2 decades, be a catalyst for sustainable development. I cannot replace a person. I certainly don't believe in proverbial giving bread to the hungry person. I believe in teaching the hungry person how to win, how to earn his own bread with all the self-respect and not as a beggar. And this basically brings us to what India was once upon a time, Sone ki Chidiya. So I want to be catalyst for India to be a Sone ki Chidiya. And I think if India can do it again, it can be a role model for the rest of the world. Now, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals certainly relate to what I've said, my mission in life. But they relate only if these are truly implemented in a defined time frame, definite time. I've gone through the entire relevant portions of United Nations website relating to SDG. And I must say that I'm extremely disappointed because it hampers and its focus is on policy initiatives and not on the implementation framework. As a student of management, I believe in a smart approach to life. Smart means specific. UN SDG are certainly specific. M means measurable. Now, UN SDGs are certainly measurable to some extent. A for actionable. They are certainly very much actionable if there is a way, if there is a will. Are realistic. They are certainly realistic. And T for time frame. I don't know. There are many goals which were to be achieved. Many a part of the goals by the year 2020. 2020 has come and gone. Nowhere we see the result of those activities in the goals. For some, that is 2025. Another 4 years down the line, we don't see even any inkling of that it would be achieved. I think UN needs to learn how to walk the talk. The little I know, based on several of my friends who work in the UN, that the people there have got used to a lavish lifestyle because of the high salary and several privileges they get because of being part of it. If not all, many of the people working in UN believe in three things: I, me, and myself. Almost all things are mostly done on paper, not in reality. What is your understanding about the UN SDG allocated to you, and what is your observation about shortcomings in design and implementation? Well, as decent work and economic growth are interdependent and interrelated. The major shortcoming, which I already mentioned, is focus on policy initiatives and not time-bound implementation. Unless we have an implementation framework, as we say in Hindi, ये सिर्फ कागजी घोड़े हैं, ये दौड़ने वाले घोड़े नहीं हैं. Good to read, full stop, nothing more than that. I think we don't need things which are good to read. We need things which are good to experience ourselves. The key is experience. If we are not able to experience what is being said and planned, it is futile. It is without meaning and purpose. as the Chinese philosopher Confucius said in 600 BC, that I hear, I forget. I read, I remember. I do, I understand. The key is doing it. What have you already contributed so far to accomplish your mission? With all humility, I think I have been fortunate to have done a lot of things. Let me also say that with a great pride that I am one of the examples of Pygmalion effect. Born in a family where not even one meal was there in a day. And I started working from the age of 5 before I went to school at the age of 6. My first job at the age of 5 was to clean utensils in a halwai shop. Then I've done a lot of work. I went on to study at IIT Delhi, IIM Ahmedabad, worked in the best of the corporates, ended up as general manager with American multinational, the largest chemicals company in the world, DuPont, at a young age of 36. And then got into education as an entrepreneur, but in a totally different way. I believe that there is a need for education for empowerment. Having catered primarily to the disadvantaged, downtrodden, and rural population during the last 2 decades, we have been, I would say, highly successful in providing education for empowerment. Today, we see all over India and in most countries abroad, exploitation, a lot of exploitation by the rich and famous, by the powerful, and whatnot. I'm not talking of, and I don't believe in caste, creed, color, religions. And there is a lot of importance for education for empowerment. Transformation of wasteland. A lot of land world over is a wasteland. In India itself, on an average, about 30 to 40% of land is wasteland. In Rajasthan, where I live and where I belong in India, almost 60% is wasteland, which includes the large Thar desert, on which nothing can grow. Just imagine if this land was converted, transformed from wasteland to a wonderland where agriculture can happen, the construction can happen. What quantum jump it would make to the economics and the societal living of the people. And the third is, which we have achieved, is ethical approach without any compromise. When we started in the year 99, 22 years back, we told ourselves that education by definition was based on ethics. No compromise, irrespective of the circumstances and consequences. And we have adhered to it. But what do we see everywhere? Before Corona, I was in Bombay to attend a conference of higher education. There were a lot of vice chancellors and directors, including of IITs and IIMs. I will not take the names. I was invited as a guest of honor in the valedictory session. I found speaker after speaker We're talking about education as a business. We all know that the profit is the bottom line of any business. And when you make profit as a bottom line of education also, then it is not education, it is dhanda. And when education becomes business, then the very purpose of education, which is to develop better individuals, better societies, better families, and better nations, and better earths, gets defeated. Education is something which is right, which is good. But the right thing has to be done necessarily in the right way. You cannot do education in a wrong way, the way it is being done. Ethical approach is extremely difficult. But good things have never been easy. And best things have been certainly never been. So these are the three things which we have been able to accomplish. What is your take on the role of business organizations in creating a golden age economics? Very simple, Shubh Labh. If you go back to the history of India, and today even in the rural areas, outside every house, entrance, gate, on the one side the Shubh used to be written, other side Labh. Now we need to have Shubh Labh inculcated and integral part of business organization. Shubh Labh means profit. Labh means profit. Shubh means good. Profit which is good for the society, good for the humanity, good for the nation, and good for Mother Earth. What we are seeing business organizations which are there for their best interest. With profit alone as the motive, maximizing profit, maximizing market share, maximizing the personal images of the promoter and whatnot. And therefore we have the kind of scenario, for example, where the rivers of the India have become the drains of India or sewage of India. Leave aside taking a bath, you can't use that water even to give to the animals. It's high time that we go back, we learn from the history. Let the future be projected, extrapolated based on what we did in the history. Of course, with the newer requirements, but we should never forget this. What is your take on the role of common man in creating the golden age? Self-empowerment. There is no choice but to be, each one of us in India and in the world have to empower ourselves for good of the society, for good of the nation, for the good of the humanity, and of course for the good of ourselves. And for if we do not empower ourselves, others will take undue benefit of that. Let me give you an example. In the village where our campus is located, now we found that the police, the local police, used to come, extract money, and exploit, even molest, and people who refuse, they just put them behind the bars without any FIR, without any complaint. And I was literally aghast to see this. I told the villagers, guided them to make a complaint, which was sent to the National Human Rights Commission, State Human Rights Commission. It's a village of Muslims, so National Minorities and State Minorities Commissions. They use summons to the IG and SP and saying that appear in person, not through representative. And that day and this day, all that exploitation by police is done. And this is just one of the examples. And after that, the villagers know how to protect themselves from such exploitation. Empowerment is the key. What are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that you feel for your mission? I think my time is going to end. Weakness is finance. Opportunities are many. In India and in most of the world, because the government doesn't do much, there is so much for all of us to do. Biggest threat, surprisingly and shockingly, is the government. How do you see your vision converging with Project YugParivartan vision? Well, alignment is there. Certainly, I've gone through the details. What help do you seek from the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform to empower your vision? Synergistically, we can do a lot together. It all depends on PYP resources, the trust, and the willingness. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Varun Arya-ji. And definitely, we are looking forward to build a synergy with your initiative. On 22nd of October, we will launch the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform.
Okay.
So this platform will give all the roadmaps through which people, individuals and corporations can join hands with us and be part of the overall collaborative system. And this system is envisioned to ultimately take even United Nations as part of its member. Because right now, the biggest organization in the world is United Nations, and several countries are becoming are members of United Nations. But what we want to make is a United Nation. We want to drop that plural from it. Instead of being just a collaboration system, a United Nations should be a central government of the world. Unless that happens, it would be difficult to create an equitable and just society all across the planet. And we have also seen that of late United Nations is being seen in some bad light as well due to the poor performance on various important issues which were supposed to be solved by an organization like United Nations. If United Nations is not able to solve, then people do not have any other choice. So we want to become that choice by joining hands with as many organizations as possible. And as far as the core values concerning the platform is there, we at Defined Values Consultants are proposing ourselves as a Vishwaguru organization so that all those values which are already defined in the ecosystem, they can be implemented in every organization. Because what happens is we create our value system based on the vision, the worldview that we have about the universe, and that happens based on the consciousness. So if the people's consciousness is taken to the self-actualized state, then they will start relating themselves with the value system, which is already defined into the ecosystem. And we at Defined Values Consultants are giving consultation of those defined values so that people can clearly understand the principle of cause and effect in all aspects of their life. Once we understand that, we will be able to produce the desired effect. Because cause and effect goes in this way. If you understand the cause clearly, then only you can produce the effect, which is desirable. Right. So thanks a lot, Professor Varun Arya-ji, and we look forward to synergize with you on PYP Synergy Platform. Thanks a lot.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is one question, Professor Arya-ji. It is from Mr. H. Anand.
Okay.
Mr. H. Anand, you can ask your question.
Yeah.
Mr. H. Anand. You are allowed to talk now. You can unmute and ask your question. Okay, so I'll take that later on once we have the panel discussion. So as of now, I would request my colleague, Mr. Devesh, to invite our next speaker of the day. And then we'll surely be in touch with Professor Varun Arya-ji. Arvind-ji, kindly formally invite Professor Arya for Synergy Platform.
Thank you, Hitesh.
So definitely we are in touch, and Professor Arya will be contacted, and the way he has presented, I think it deserves a grand applause. And
Yes, yes, for sure.
And what I found with this presentation, for all the things, empowerment, Shubh Labh, everything, he has gone to the basics of it, that is education. Education is mother of all, and he has gone into a real education, not literature. Once again, wonderful.
Thank you, Arya. Over to you, Deveshi.
Thank you, Hitesh and Arvind. Now I am inviting the second speaker of the day, Mr. Kamakoti Krishnamurthy. Mr. Kamakoti Krishnamurthy is an IIT Kharagpur BTech Honors graduate and has an MBA degree from USA. He has more than 30 years of work experience both in the USA and India. Mr. Kama has been an entrepreneur and also worked in the corporate environment. He worked on Wall Street as a high technology equity analyst during the most exciting period of the information age 1985 to 2000. In addition, he was one of the pioneers in starting a company equities focused on the financial research outsourcing field. He is also a pioneer and social entrepreneur, having worked in the field of solar energy based LED lighting and mobile charging systems, 1 lakh systems in 5 years for replacing kerosene lamps in villages of India. Now, only did Kama attain success in his material life and retired at the age of 43, but also worked on his inner spiritual growth. He lived in the Himalayas at 6,000 feet in Kesar Devi near Almora, Uttarakhand for 4 years. For humanity, in his daily life, he practices Hatha Yoga, Kriya Yoga, and Vipassana meditation to work on the gross, subtle, and mental body respectively. Kama, having lived in New York City for 20 years and now based out of Mumbai, has a very varied experience both in terms of career choices as well as in his personal and professional life, material and spiritual life. He brings in a blend of both the Eastern, Oriental, and Western Oriental way of life. Balance and harmony between the intuitive, idealistic, spiritual East and the analytical, practical, material West. Today, we are competing in a global economy. Due to disruptive technologies affecting every aspect of our life, it is important to understand trends in the job market and be proactive to meet the demands of Industrial Revolution 4. He will deliberate upon a common framework and process which will be applicable throughout the professional career of the people, irrespective of the dynamic changes in the economy. So, I am inviting Mr. Kamakoti Krishnamurthy. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. This is a very important topic in terms of how an individual can attain self-actualization. Self-actualization, in my understanding, is a politically correct way of interpreting the word self-realization or God realization, as they would call it. And Maslow's principle, the self-actualization principle has been it's a beautiful framework to understand the purpose of a human being. And, this forum, I think, is very important based on what we are observing in the current environment. What we are looking out here is that with 5,000 to 10,000 years of human civilization, or more than that, human beings are still caught up or entangled in so-called kama, krodha, lobh, lust, greed, anger, and so many other aspects that prevents the individual to self-actualize. I mean, in the sense that to bring awareness to themselves. And we have reached a tipping point where we are seeing the environmental damage that has happened with so-called Western development, industrial development. Nothing against industrial economy or the information economy or the knowledge economy or the creative economy. Today we call it the IR 4.2, Industrial Revolution 4.0. And the interesting thing is that despite the progress we have made in terms of having information at the tip of every human being's, everybody has a smartphone today almost. And there is no excuse for anyone to say that I don't have access to information. We are spending money on unimportant things, but today it's very important that we use this time and environment to basically re-engineer ourselves. And because of the lack of time, and I have to focus on the presentation here based on the format that has been designed by DVC. So let me start with the first point. The question, in your opinion, do we need a grand change in governance and in constitutions of the world, or the world is just doing fine and big reforms are not required? This is a no-brainer. I mean, we all know that the world is going through a huge turmoil, and we are living in a global village. We are seeing, even democratic governments acting like dictators. But definitely, we need to see a grand change in the governance and constitutions of the world, almost like what we see in the information technology world, what we call as disruptive technologies. We need to throw out all the past conditioning, the way we behave, the way we think, the way we express ourselves, and the way we execute action of thoughts, action of words, and action of deeds. So definitely, we need a new kind of governance, and it's almost a kind of a self-discipline, because all human beings are unique individuals. We have a unique fingerprint, we have a unique DNA, we have an Aadhaar card. In the US, you have what you call as a social security card. So we have to respect the fact that every individual is unique, and there has to be a unique process to this whole business of life, So definitely there needs mega level changes, all over the world. And one aspect is that we are now so tuned to the material world, where we have almost mastered the laws of matter in the last 500 years. We have understood classical mechanics to understand the macro world. We have now understood quantum mechanics to look at the subatomic world. Today, we are able to communicate through Zoom and like this, and it's become ubiquitous. And this has happened, let's say, if you take hypothetically the last 200 years, let's say 1800 to 1950, we can call it the industrial economy, 150 years. From 1950 with Turing machine to 1995, where you had the first public browser, the Mosaic browser, and then Netscape and so on. Another 45 years of the information revolution, where we went from mainframe computers to, laptops. And then from 1995 to 2015, that's about 20 years, we have gone to a one-stop solution like a smartphone, which is able to do everything, taking pictures, making phone calls, you can watch, movies and so on and so forth. And now we are what we call as the IR 4.0, Industrial Revolution 4.0, which one could call as a creative economy. So from 200 years of 150 years of industrial revolution, we have gone to 45 years of an information economy till 1995, and then 20 years of the knowledge economy, And now we are in the creative economy where the market research organizations talk about disruptive technologies every 5 to 7 years. So things are moving so fast, and somehow human civilization is not able to balance the old tradition with a new way of approaching our material life. So the speaker would like to mention that a holistic approach is needed, a top-down macro approach, which we look at the Maslow's hierarchy, starting with self-actualization. The question is, do you start from the top or you start from the bottom? I mean, both ways, because from the top, you're looking from a very spiritual perspective, or what I call as a holistic perspective. Whereas if you look from the bottom up, where you start with mathematics, then physics, then chemistry, then biology, and all the different subjects, which are all compartmentalized, but we are looking at life from a very compartmentalized point of view, I don't think we are going to reach anywhere. And that is where a country like India can drive the spiritual revolution in the world. We have been benefited with the Western material industrial revolution and so on, the information revolution. And we have reached a point, a tipping point, how to utilize this to go inward. The basic challenge is not about how to change the world. The challenge is how to change oneself, because you have to be the example. It's easy to go and blame others about what's happening. But I think, like they say, charity starts at home. So number 2 question, what 3 things you think should change for the ecosystem to become a golden age ecosystem? Are we talking about the Satya Yuga? According to Yukteswar's holy science, the Satya Yuga was 4,800 years, the Treta Yuga 3,600, the Dwapara Yuga 2,400, Kali Yuga is 1,200. You add, it's 12,000 years. And 12,000 plus 12,000, it's 24,000. So basically, this whole universe operates in some kind of a divine theme where there is, waxing and waning, and like an 80-20 rule, where probably in Satya Yuga, 80% people followed the spiritual path, wanted to speak the truth, and the 20%, did the opposite. And today in the Kali Yuga, it's probably the 20-80 rule. 20% are trying to do something. The 80% are the herd mentality who, because of ignorance, are not able to figure out what's going on. So the fundamental question is, what are the 3 things that we can, that should change the ecosystem? I think the most important question we all know is, who am I? My kaun who? In Tamil, we say, Naan Yaar, which is what Ramana Maharshi said, who am I? And he stopped at that. And then if you go to other, saints and, the Vedanta Advaita, I mean, you also have the answer. Buddha said it, we are all walking Buddhas. He had 3 postulates. Suffering is the universal truth. We all know that. And 3 causes of suffering is craving, aversion, and ignorance. And the 3rd postulate is said, we are all walking Buddhas. What happened to me can happen to Tom, Dick, and Harry. Before me, thousands of Buddhas, and after me, thousands of Buddhas. So the first thing would be the question, who am I? What am I doing out here? Or what I call the 7 questions. Who is the subject? What is the objective? Why am I talking about it? How to go about it? The solution part. When and where? Space and time. Where am I located? In the east or in the west? In a city? In a middle tier city or in a rural area? When? What stage of life are you in? As Shakespeare said, life is a stage. So we are looking at the 7 stages. I take the hypothetical number 84, divided it by the divine number 7, you get 12. So every human being today probably lives between 49 to 84 years. And each stage basically is about 7 to 12 years. The human body goes through physiological, psychological, and psychosomatic changes. The duties and responsibilities change at each stage. So this is something that needs to be, addressed. And I think the Maslow's hierarchy somehow addresses this question. First, you have to figure out the basic needs: food, shelter, and clothing. As Marx said, that religion is the opium of the masses. So you need to take care of the material body. So let's be practical. Health is wealth, and wealth is health. You need to have physical health, a good mental health, and material wealth. All three are mandatory. You can have all three. Do you have the time? And then you can have all three and time. Do you know what you want to do with your life for the rest of your life? Because today, youngsters can become multimillionaires by starting companies. That is a great opportunity today, that anybody with the passion can start something and, do something useful to society, And then, so the first question is about who am I? The second is basically the three things is education. Under that, I would call right knowledge and right action. We all talk about education. And from my understanding, as Thomas Edison said, 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. So right knowledge can be considered as the 1% inspiration, but you have to put it into action, action of thoughts, action of words, action of deeds. And I believe people who are, who are who are also following the spiritual path, there is a beautiful word called sanskaras. Every word, every thought, every word, every deed creates weak, strong, or powerful impressions or imprints that are stored in our mind or mental body. Why do we have a unique personality? It's because of sanskaras. And my practice of Vipassana helped me to understand experientially how sanskaras determine the human personality. And that is what is required today to educate people holistically. What is this body all about? What are you doing out here? First you have to know yourself, know thyself, and this, I believe, is one way of addressing the challenges that we are facing today. So what are the three things? Yes, to answer the question, who am I? And to do that, you need to have right knowledge, 1%, and you have to use right action to execute on that. And right knowledge is like learning a language. You have to know all the alphabets. And what does it mean, right knowledge? Material knowledge, understanding the laws of matter, and spiritual knowledge, understanding the laws of spirit, the inner being. A human being is defined as we are all spiritual beings in a material body, not the other way around. So we are already there. We are in the image of so-called God, divine love, truth, infinity, eternal existence, Satchitananda, and so on and so forth. So the fundamental challenge here is, do we know ourselves? And that is lacking. So number 3 question, what is your vision of golden age or an ideal world? The world, if the world was ideal, we won't be, everything, if everybody was perfect, then there is no need for creation. I mean, we know one expression called Krishna Leela, or as Shakespeare said, the world is a stage. And it clearly, we can see that we are so engrossed in our waking state. So in 24 hours, you are awake for 16 hours and 8 hours you go to sleep. And when you sleep, you have sound sleep state and you also have dreams. And when you are having a dream, when asleep, it seems as if it's like you are in the waking state. It's real. And if you have a good dream, you want to continue with it. And if you have a bad dream, you want to, get away. So the question out here is that in the waking state, we are confronted by the good, the bad, and the ugly, like the Clint Eastwood movie, and we have to figure out how do we handle different situations. We can't control the outside. We can only control, or what I use the word, be aware of ourselves and how we respond or react to each situation, which means you have to do intelligent action. And how do we learn that? Of course, we have the great saints, we have prophets like Buddha, Rama, Krishna here in India, and in the West, we have Christ, we have Zoroaster from Iran, and Prophet Muhammad. They all speak the same language. It is all about love. Is it about relationships with animate and inanimate objects? And religion is an operating system. So different operating systems, we use Apple or we use Android. So the vision for the golden age is that self-awareness is key. As Jiddu Krishnamurti said, choiceless awareness. The answer lies in the question. So the only real question is, who am I? And the answer is also given that you are a walking Buddha in the process. Because of our sanskaras through evolution, going through the animal kingdom, we have developed all these attributes like infatuation, lust, greed, anger, jealousy, fear, worry, what I call as the 7 deadly sins. How do we work on that before we go out and try to change the world? We have to work on ourselves. Once we work on ourselves, things immediately in the surroundings start to work out by itself. So the vision is basically to bring this knowledge, the laws of nature that is common to all of us, not just human beings, the whole evolution, mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, animal kingdom. And somebody was talking about consciousness. It is the human consciousness within the human kingdom, but each human being has a unique consciousness, a unique sanskaric DNA from a spiritual aspect, and a material aspect, we call it the fingerprint or your DNA. Number 4, describe your mission of life and how United Nations Sustainable Development Goals relate to your mission. Well, they have listed 17 goals. There can be plus or minus, whatever. The United Nations, every organization has got its plus points and minus points. So as our ancient saints say, always look at the good points of others rather than their bad points. So looking at the good points, you have good intention. I have a theory, the 80-20 rule of 80% people are herd mentality. They follow the crowd because then it's easy to blame somebody. You don't want to think. You say, oh, my parents said this or this saint said that. That's why I did it. Other 20% try to use their intellect and analyze and try to experience what they read, not just believe. Buddha never said that believe in he said, like, experience it yourself. Don't believe anything I say. You have to experience it yourself. So the question out here is that the goals are fantastic. It's not anything new. The question is it being implemented by the right people? And that is where the challenge is. So I don't have to go into the nitty-gritties of the goals of the UN, but what my personal mission was, first, I had to be selfish with the word SELF in capitals. I had to know myself, what am I doing out here? I had a challenging time growing up, and it's good. What I observe is human beings either go through suffering in their first 1/3 of their life, middle 1/3, or the latter 1/3. Better to go through the first 1/3 so that you are finished with it. You become a little bit more mature in life and are able to handle life's challenges in a much more with much more spiritual wisdom, let's call it that way. So the mission is, I believe in education personally. Now, as the person who introduced me, I went to IIT, then I worked in New York. I was very lucky to work in a time when things were shaking up in the information sector, as you know. pre-internet, internet, post-internet, internet bubble, financial crisis, and we saw the Rajat Gupta, Rajaratnam situation. And that case study is a perfect example of somebody who has everything. But if somebody suffers from low self-esteem, or somebody who's not able to balance their material life and spiritual life, will get into trouble. So Maslow's hierarchy, the self-esteem, the second last aspect, is a very important concept for all the people who have reached their material goals. Now, what's next? Because we have to balance the inner and the outer, what we call the spiritual and the material aspects of life, the balancing of mind and heart. So my current vocation is I go to all the rural schools. I've been all over Gokarna and Karnataka coast. I go to any school, doesn't matter. I just approach the principal like a cold call and say like, look, this is my background. I'm very lucky that I have this time. I want to help students. I want to show them what is out there today and what are the important things that they need to be aware of. So let me quickly tell you what I try to communicate. First is there are no more permanent jobs. You're all freelance consultants like a plumber or electrician. So you need to have, because of disruptive technologies, continuing education throughout your life. First, you have to find your passion in life, and that you have to start from 8th standard. The parents should try to use their friends and family circle to let the child go out and explore, experiment, experience, exist, explore. You have to find your strengths and weaknesses, not through rote learning. The child has to go out and practice like a typical Jiddu Krishnamaji school, theory in the morning, practical in the evening. So one way parents and children, teachers, society, government, organizations, communities should encourage the younger generation, the students should go out and participate, get hands-on training and find out their core competencies. And once they do that, then you start doing volunteering internship for free. You can read about the particular subject. It's available on the net, but you have to go out and get your hands dirty. Like people work from the mail room, in Wall Street in the olden days. These were probably high school graduates. That is how you have to find your passion, and that's not being imbibed in our society. We are just following the crowd. So important thing for a parent to do is to make sure that their child gets the best education, get the right kind of mentors, get to do volunteering, get to find their attributes. On a note, Rajneesh, Osho said this very interesting thing. He said to become a plumber or electrician, you need to get a certificate, a 6-month, 1 year, 2 year certificate. You got to go for training. But to get married and to have children, there is no certificate. And people who are married understand that you don't spend your time the longest with your parents, nor with your children. You spend your time with your spouse. And today, I'm a victim of that growing up. Don't know anything about the male or female anatomy. How does the hardware and software work for a male and female? Fundamental stuff is not being taught for various reasons. Then number 5, what is your understanding about the UNSDG allocated to you, and what is your observations about shortcomings in design and implementation by the United Nations? It is all about execution. So again, going back to that 80-20 rule, 80% herd mentality, no intention, no formulation, no execution. They just follow, I've been told to be an engineer, go do it. Want to be a doctor, go ahead and do it. The other 20%, you can say 1% probably have the right intention. And then the right intention is translated into right formulation, right? You write your business plan. And that is what I call as right knowledge. You have to put it together. And then maybe that 1% executes that. Somebody who's wealthy and want to do some charitable activity, like running some educational institution or a eye hospital or something, he has to make that plan, how to finance it, but it should not be on paper. Is this person going out and executing it? So that is why I say even the one person can have the right intention, the right knowledge, but the right action or execution or implementation is just there. The other 19% divided by 2 is 9.5%. Right intention, and wrong execution, wrong process. So when I say formulation is the process, do you know the process? You can have the right intention, but if you don't have the process, it's nothing. And the other 9.5% is stuck on wrong intention and they have the right process. So you have all these scandals that goes on both in the material and the spiritual world, So my understanding is that the right people, all these 17 goals are nice to read. It's like reading the Gita and the Bible and quoting it, but are you really practicing it? That's the key. What have you already contributed so far to accomplish your mission? Well, when I was in IIT, I went to Bhutan and Darjeeling, and my first visit to the Himalayas in Bhutan, and I was fascinated how Bhutan was clean. The Indian government was taking care of everything. And I had this vision that when I fulfill my own personal professional goals, I would like to work in environment and education, give back to society. And lo and behold, from 2005, I came back because I had finished with my financial security. So I said, let me come back and do something. And my batchmate was an electrical engineer. As a CSR, has started this Gramin Surya Bijli Foundation. And we were the pioneers to implement solar LED home lighting system to replace kerosene lamps in villages. We did more than 1 lakh systems in about 5 years. People copied our product, technology changes, but I went to many different states, Orissa, Bihar, to rural areas. I worked with the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, state nodal agencies. I don't have to tell you the bureaucracy and the corruption. That's part of the game. You want to have a movie which has got a lot of masala. So life is like that. And then I went to the Himalayas for 4 years, and I was fortunate to be ordained or initiated by the great grandson of Lahari Mahasaya for Kriya Yoga practice. And then 2 years later, I did my first Vipassana practice in Sarnath. And that was 2012. 2013, I did it in Dehradun. And then third one in Dharamshala, Dharampur. And I really wanted to do this 10-day silent meditation where it was where you really are looking at yourself and understanding this whole business of sanskaras, how it controls your life. And somehow I'm not able to do it every year now. I have my own mentor who found me because I was a seeker from a very young age, trying to find out who am I. And I went through my own Ramana Maharshi and Ramakrishna, and lo and behold, like they say, the teacher comes when the student is ready. So through a British rock and roll musician, Pete Townshend of The Who, I was discovered by my mentor or guru or teacher, Meher Baba, who didn't speak for 44 years. There's a famous song called Don't Worry, Be Happy, which was made into that is his original quote. So I am being mentored. I didn't have a mentor in my material life, sorry. In every organization I worked, I was very unlucky not to have good mentors. So I was thinking my destiny is skewed. But then I had the best mentor, to have a guru to guide you. So what have you already contributed? So I worked in environment. Now I'm working in education. I go, to different schools wherever I'm welcome. And I share this knowledge of continuing education throughout your lifetime. Find your passion by volunteering. Network, because jobs are available through references. Mentoring, get mentors, very important. And develop your soft skills. Today we live in a global village. We work with many organizations throughout the world with different cultures. So you need to know how to communicate. You need to know how to be in a group setting, how to take decisions, and so on and so forth. We know about soft skills, very important now. The degree is useless. It's just a paper. It's good to be getting a degree, just a passport, not a visa. What is your take on the role of business organizations in creating a golden age ecosystem? Well, I believe the Indian government did the CSR 2% of your income, which is a very good thing. I don't know how well these organizations are using that money to implement all those 17 goals that we are talking about here. So I personally go and have a talk. I have a program called Balancing Your Personal and Professional Life, the art of being, not becoming in the 21st century creative economy. And the idea is everybody is sitting on a chair for 8 hours. You have to, I'm just giving you one part where every hour on the hour for 5 minutes, you stop doing what you're doing and close your eyes and watch your breath and walk for 5 minutes in the office, get some exercise. So one needs to have this balance today. Today we are on call. I know somebody who's a vice president in this big courier company. 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Australia time, 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Singapore time, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. India time, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. European time, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. New York time or American time. So what are we doing out here? Working all the time. Now today you're on call every moment. So the quality of your personal family life is affected by the quality of your professional work life, and that balancing needs to be done. So today, getting good employees is very difficult. So organization should become like a family. It is not something different. We are all one family. We're just having a good time. That's how I look at it. There's no duality between material life and spiritual life. How to live a material life in a spiritual way is the order of the day. How to use these laws of matter, laws of spirit, and be able to navigate yourself, and have the right approach using your own unique abilities. Number 8, what is your take on the role of a common man in creating the golden age? Self-knowledge is important. I'm not saying you have to become self-realized. Meher Baba said, all human beings are God realized, but not awakened. He practiced 44 years of silence. Why? Because he said everything that needs to be said has been said. I'm here to awaken. If you go to Samadhi in Ahmednagar, it's called Mehrabad, 7 kilometers from Nagar. It says, I'm not come here to teach, I've come here to awaken. What we need is an awakening because we have all the knowledge. But the awakening has to come from each person. It has to start from oneself, and that will influence directly or indirectly other people. So being selfish in the right sense is nothing wrong because you're saying, I'm asking myself, who am I? That is the only real deal in life. So the role of a common man in creating the olden age is to find himself first, what is my purpose? And if he follows the 10 commandments or the Buddha's Eightfold Path or the Patanjali's, all those postulates, they are common sense things. How you behave, how you deal with people, how do you deal with the environment, how do you deal with yourself? Number 9, what are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that you feel for your mission? Strength, we got the knowledge, we got the technology, leverage it. Weakness, different strokes for different folks. It's like throwing seeds wherever it germinates, it's fine. Changing mindsets, you are being bombarded by so much of multimedia that you don't know where you are. So the weakness in my mission, what I say is, I'm not going to change everybody, or I'm not here to change anyone. I'm just sharing my own experience. What took me 35 years, I say you can do it in 3 years. Opportunities are infinite. English is the common language. Today, everybody has to know English if you want to succeed in your career, whether it's an entrepreneur, whether you're a corporate guy, whether an academic research guy. And threats are always there. You have the fundamentalists who abuse the different religious operating system, which only talk about divine love, but they have all skewed it up. So threats are always going to be there. You have to deal like that movie, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly. That's how it is. Because the laws of nature includes everything. It's dualistic. Because there's nothing like good and bad. There's only goodness and lesser degree of goodness. And only our consciousness, Chaitanya, is going through this whole evolution. Darwin's theory of evolution is very interesting. He only missed one point. He said evolution of forms. No, it should be evolution of consciousness, which took different kingdoms, went through all the different forms. And today we are here as a human being. And Meher Baba said, man has reached full and complete consciousness, but is not able to awaken his own super consciousness because of samskaras. Dr. Weiss, the Florida, the guy who writes all those books on regression, he said, we are all rough diamonds polishing ourselves. But to polish oneself, you have to have the knowledge and then you have to execute on it. And why we can't execute is because of sanskaras. And the most important Sanskrit word I feel, which will become part of the English language. We now have avatar, guru, karma, yoga, so on and so forth, which are being misused in the material world. So the word sanskaras, I feel, is an important word that everybody should understand, and the Maslow's self-actualization will make sense. How do you see your vision converging with Project YugParivartan vision? I think we are all in this, we have a common framework. We should all work together, focus on our core competencies, and use our 5,000, 10,000 year Indian spiritual operating system for the benefit of all concerned. Thank you very much. So my 40 minutes is over.
Thanks, Kamakoti ji, for wonderful insight related to your spiritual journey, as well as its relation with the recent work and economic growth of UNSDG. And definitely, we would love to see you on Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. It's part of Paritranaya Sadhuna, that is uplifting and bringing all good people doing good things to the world together. Because most of the times we see in Kali Yuga that bad people are able to collaborate more as compared to the people who are doing good for the humanity. Good people should not forget that 1 + 1 is 11. So no matter how much we progress, we do things on our own, we cannot sit pacified unless we have seriously seen all possibilities of synergy. Because when we synergize, it definitely brings better results. So Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is that platform which brings all people together so that we can do second part of Yug Parivartan, which is Vinashaya Chadushritam, that is eliminating the negative and negativity and negative energy which has accumulated on the planet today. It's not about killing people, killing bad people, it's about eliminating the bad energies. So this is how the eternal principle based energy management will happen in the planet as we move forward towards the golden age, Satyug, the age of truth and justice. So thanks a lot, Kamakoti ji. I would like to ask the audience if they have any question, direct question for Kamakoti ji. Audience, please raise your hands.
Wonderful presentation. The way Mr. Kamakoti told about his life experience and various experiences, it was really wonderful, and it requires a great applause, I think.
Yes.
We'll definitely see forward to collaborate, as Hitesh ji has told, and it will be a great synergy between the group.
Yes, great. So as of now, there doesn't seem to be a question from the audience. We will take that up during the panel discussion. So we request Kamakoti ji to be there during the panel discussion. It will be from 2:15 to 2:55. So with this, I will now go to my colleague, Mr. Devesh Singh, to invite our next speaker of the day and take the event forward.
Thank you, Hitesh. Wonderful inputs from Kamakoti sir. Now I am inviting the third speaker of the day, Mr. Kalpin Shukla ji. Mr. Kalpin Shukla is a management consultant, explorer cum experimenter who is creating social capital. He is a BTech chemical engineering from IIT Delhi 1984 batch, PGDM IIM Ahmedabad 1986 batch. He has worked at Unilever, Johnson & Johnson, Pidilite, Godrej and Lewis. His last assignment was Chief Operating Officer at British Gas Broadband. He is President IIT Delhi Alumni Association. and Executive Committee member of the IIT Delhi Alumni Association for 2020-2023. He is also the President IIMA Alumni Association Mumbai 2013 to 2020. He is ex-member of McKinsey Quarterly Online Executive Panel, ex-director Vidya Vardhani Education Foundation, Section 8 company formed to generate support for IIMA Endowment Fund. National jury member to award OP Jindal Engineering and Management Scholarships. Highly popular contest among IITs and IIMs. He was associated with Kherwadi Social Welfare Association, 85 years old, highly prestigious NGO. He has supported YugParivartan, one of the largest sustainable livelihood programs running across the country. He is also associated with Thank You India Research Foundation, a social experiment to spread positivity and culture of appreciation for daily tiny good acts. He has worked with government polytechnics to support Skill India mission. And last but not the least, he is promoter of Text and Clicks Training Academy, vocational training bureau to offer oriental technical courses, trained 1,000 plus students. So I am welcoming Mr. Kalpen Shuklaji to the floor. Thank you.
And thank you, Deveshji, for this very nice and kind introduction. I thought you will cut it short, but you did it out completely. Thank you for this regular introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kalpen Shukla. I thank Defined Value Consultants and YugParivartan team for inviting me to this forum to share my thoughts. And it's my pleasure to address the participants for this session that is themed on a very interesting topic, decent work and economic growth. It has been one of the identified goals for United Nations with certain expectations to achieve by 2030. A speaker has a daunting task ahead of him when the preceding speakers have done good justice with the topic and also come from similar academic backgrounds, IITs or IIMs. It has one advantage, but two challenges. Advantage is that they would have set the tone and pace of the session. But the disadvantage are they would have said many things one would like to say, and therefore one has to make extra efforts to find something equally interesting and also hold attention of the audience. As I see it, the previous speakers have dealt elaborately on philosophical, come spiritual aspect of understanding the issues and defined some approach to handle the issues on hand. I almost feel that I am invited by mistake and I may share thoughts from a perspective that may be closer to reality and trying to find solutions to it. Undoubtedly, Maslow's hierarchy of needs is much used concept to convey systematic progress one would wish to have in his or her individual life. And therefore, self-actualization justifiably appears at the top and appears to be like a state of nirvana for everyone. However, if I have to question myself, whether I consider myself to be a person who has reached a stage of self-actualization, probably my answer is no. It's a constant search in life to seek knowledge, to seek understanding, and try to feel grateful towards every learning that takes place on a daily basis. And therefore, when we look at it from the lenses of a person who has reached the level or a layer which seem to have crossed all the boundaries prior to that, would probably give us a slightly colored perspective. And therefore, I may take the audience back to ground reality. We have to accept the real life problems associated with individual environment, and practical difficulties in overcoming daily life challenges, be it job, conflicting expectations from self and the society, family-related issues, and whatnot. Having said this, I probably take an approach as accepting the definite constraints in life, and I'm tempted to cite the grief cycle as defined by Kubler-Ross model. As it progresses, it has 5 stages: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. In my presentation, I shall start with the last stage, acceptance. There is no denial, there is no anger, there is no depression, there is no bargaining. Let's accept what exists. And therefore, if we have to do, so to say, in a business lingo, SWOT analysis of the situation, unless we accept what exists on ground, it will probably not lead us to the solutions that we need to find and offer to the society. So although a good deal of wonderful information is already shared, I shall share a few ideas and suggestions to understand the current scenario and its possible implications. So we shall explore a few avenues to mitigate this stress and also try to find ways for going forward. I also must admit right upfront, this presentation may go slightly in a random order because I received this expectation file yesterday night, but by then my presentation was ready. But I presume good part of it will cover most of the agenda items. So to continue with, let's start with simple definition of sustainable development. The concept has been defined and widely accepted as an approach to the economic development without compromising with the quality of the environment for future generations. Now, if you look at this carefully, the first question that arises is whether it is indeed possible to have economic growth without accepting the collateral damage that takes place in the process of pursuing this growth. Since the time of beginning of industrial revolution, and in particular last 5 decades, where the pace of growth has far exceeded the earlier years, the primary casualty has been the environment. With newer technologies offering better quality of goods and services to the citizens, also came some of the devastating after effects of the process. If you look at only a couple of examples, the great automobile revolution that initiated a sustained growth of employment and income levels for decades resulted into millions of vehicles polluting the environment on a daily basis. Situation has reached a stage where the world is working at completely phasing out the fossil fuel-based vehicles at the earliest. Similar has been the case of unrestricted usage of plastic, in particular by the FMCG companies, wherein most products were packed in attractive plastic containers, resulting into higher offtake and consumption, but also creating millions of tons of plastic waste that would take centuries before it is completely decayed. And once again, the world has reached a stage where single-usage plastics is banned and 100% recycling is the norm. Now let's think it over carefully. Would one agency, United Nations, be able to define solutions, design strategies, and implement it effectively to get rid of the problems that have accumulated over a period of decades, if not centuries? And these are only more visible examples. Similar abuse of the environment has taken place in nearly every sector, be it construction, chemicals, travel, anything. Having said this, it is undeniable that growth of all the above sectors also created millions of jobs and provided better quality of life to the beneficiaries. The global economy shifted from agrarian to manufacturing for value creation and with visible impact on every sphere due to the wealth it created. And of course, this wealth was also invested in further research and development to ensure better education, healthcare, entertainment, safety and security, etc. However, we have reached a stage where we need to review and reassess the options available to the world and its citizens. And this brings us to the specific expectations of Sustainable Development Goal number 8, that is decent work and economic growth. What does it say? Promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. Besides being sustainable, the other keywords are inclusive, productive employment, and decent work. Therefore, it is imperative that while the growth and economic development is pursued, it must ensure that everyone benefits from its progress. Everyone who is available and keen to pursue employment must have opportunities to engage in productive employment. And finally, the quality of work should be agreeable and adequately compensating for his or her abilities and efforts. Now, with the above expectations, it was estimated that the least developed countries would have a sustained growth rate of 7% over 15 years to reach and achieve full and productive employment for all men and women everywhere in the next 15 years. That was by 2030. Now, if we are trying to find solutions, it's necessary to understand the current scenario. And as I said earlier, we have to accept the ground reality and thereafter try to search for solutions. So if I were to take stock of the situation on hand, global annual GDP growth rate declined from 4.4% in 2000 to less than 2% in 2020. Now let's do a quick and dirty analysis of this data. If we take global GDP at approximately 100 trillion USD, which is approximately 140 trillion USD in terms of purchasing power parity, this 2.4% decline in growth rate is approximately 2.4 trillion USD of lower value generation. It is more than India's annual GDP and possibly exceeds cumulative GDP of lowest 100 countries in the world. The consequences are there for everyone to see and also to feel concerned about. And that's not just the United Nations task. It's going to get woefully short. And as we have seen in last 6 years, apparently the expectations have been belied in a major way. And therefore, the approach is inadequately falling short. Today, 1 in 10 people in the world lived on less than 1.9 USD per day. It is defined as extreme poverty line by the World Bank. 120 million people were pushed back into extreme poverty in 2020. More than 100 million children have fallen below the minimum reading proficiency level. And these are very alarming scenarios from the future point of view. These are the children who could be part of extremely poor section and also unable to rise above that level in absence of education or skills to do well. Potentially, that much more efforts would be required to ensure that they are employable, then employed, and meaningfully so, if we wish to reach SDG 8 goals. Another small, quick look at rising Gini index, displaying growing imbalance and inequality in distribution of income and wealth. Now, this is an indicator which exposes the anomalies in the growth pursued by the world. It's appalling to know that top 10% of the world enjoys far more benefits and wealth vis-a-vis the lower 50% of the world population. Apparently, the accumulation of wealth amongst the top 1% has been phenomenally high even during COVID pandemic. Something is wrong. It is one of the most interesting parameters to indicate the lopsided direction of the economic growth, wherein the fruits of technological advancements and wealth creation are increasingly towards the top 1% instead of ensuring equitable distribution of benefits. Mind you, all the development taking place is consuming resources, most of which are common to every resident of this planet. It's an injustice to the lower strata of the society, wherein their resources are being utilized for wealth creation, but the outcome caters only to the needs of the urban or the elite or the educated segments of the society. And that's a big, serious issue. If we are unable to share the exploits of such successes that are coming from such developmental efforts, the world may end up increasing the inequity and inequality within the society and compound the socio-economic problems. It is also distressing to note that unpaid and underpaid care work is increasingly and disproportionately falling on the shoulders of women and girls, impacting their educational and income opportunities and also their health. This too will have untold future implications. Women have been disadvantaged for hundreds of years in terms of availing job opportunities or receiving adequate healthcare or education or even basic nutrition. As reported by a leading management consultancy firm, if half the working women population received any kind of meaningful work, the GDP of India could rise by 15%. Now, besides this, we have financial challenges. There is a significant rise in debt distress. There's decrease in foreign direct investment and trade. And not to talk of other environmental related issues, since we are currently on SDG 8. So unfortunately, the world is facing these challenges during one of the worst pandemics witnessed across the globe. Millions of lives have been lost. The human and economic toll has been unprecedented. By 2020, the global unemployment rate reached 6.5%, which was a full percentage point above the previous year. The number of unemployed people worldwide increased by 33 million and reaching close to 240 million. The COVID crisis has disrupted economic activities around the world and caused the worst recession since Great Depression. Nearly 9% of global working hours were lost, equivalent to 250 million full-time jobs. This is 4 times the number that was lost during the global financial crisis in 2007-9. The pandemic has put workers in informal employment at much higher risk because they lack protection against illness or lockdowns. Particularly women and young workers who have just entered the employment space have been particularly far more affected. Nearly 2 billion people worldwide work in informal employment, and that's 60% of the global workforce. And these jobs are primarily in agriculture, construction, tourism, hospitality, entertainment, etc. sectors. Sectors which have suffered from lack of basic protection, including social protection. Unfortunately, this share is much higher in least developed countries, where it reaches as high as 90%. I'm putting all these figures only to accept the magnitude of the problem that exists, and therefore it does not remain only for United Nations or an agency like United Nations to address to these issues, but it's going to take collective effort of all the countries, all the citizens, to find out how do we mitigate the stress of people who almost represent 1/3 to 1/2 of the total population on this planet. In 2019, 22% of world's youth were not engaged in either education, employment, or training. And that share has not shown any reduction over the last 1 decade. One can understand young population not pursuing either education or employment or training with the kind of aspirations which are having or which are spreading. They are potential threat to the entire society. And therefore, finding something meaningful, something practical, something workable is going to be the need of the hour. Now, whether it comes from self-actualized network of people or leaders, political, religious, social, or it comes from a common man, I think each step forward is very welcome. And therefore, through this forum, all that I would like to convey is the situation demands action. The situation demands implementation. The situation also demands governance. And different agencies will have to put aside all their boundaries, all their restrictions, all their biases, and come together to ensure that they work in a unified manner. They work for a converging goal to ensure health and happiness for the society. I can take only one sector as far as India is concerned. If I look at the tourism sector, which nearly employs 10% of population or working population, informal as well as formal, there has been drastic drop in international tourists. And if you look at it from different point of view, if you put some numbers to it, the economy gets a severe jolt when a foreign visitor who on average spends nearly $2,500 US in this country and the kind of opportunities it generates for peripheral businesses, be it a tourist spot, be it a chai stall, be it a snack stall, be it the vehicle that drives the person to the tourist spot, everyone gets affected and it has a cascading negative effect. And therefore, India will have to probably work at different kind of solutions. I would not be getting into solving the world problem since I have no exposure, honestly. And therefore, I would like to speak about what we can do in India and for Indians as well as global citizens. India, with its large population base, can offer multi-dimensional opportunities, locally as well as globally. We have a large and growing middle class that is willing to pay for better quality, better services. We have aspiring youth that will have demand for different lifestyle products. And there are a number of government initiatives to encourage participation of youth in diverse fields, including opportunities to work for local government programs. India is also a young nation. Possibly we will have the largest size of manpower available to cater to rest of the world. We have definite surplus. In fact, the democratic dividend that we are looking for will require certain inputs, certain approach, certain implementation skills by which democratic dividend does not become a democratic disaster. And therefore, one of the previous speakers identified few of the opportunities and I heard it. Knowledge of English is going to take us everywhere. Our ability to work in unfamiliar environment and try to find solutions and try to find localized practical strategies to handle the situation, what we unfortunately call as jugaad, but very successful way of living life and having a meaningful solution on hand. If you get to tweak all this with better inputs, be it United Nations, be it Indian government, be it local NGO, be it corporate, I think all of us have a role to play. And as I heard earlier, and which I may repeat, as far as skill development is concerned, I think we need to change our focus and shift from certificates to skills. Gone are the days where a degree was a passport to a good life. And therefore, we need to start valuing people who have skills which will solve a problem. We need to go from white to blue collar. We need to respect the blue collar. We need to accept the blue collar. And as much as I understand, companies like Google have already abandoned any fascination for the fancy degrees. As long as the individual is able to contribute, they are willing to employ. Similarly, in our national education policy guidelines, there are multiple opportunities and options available to develop the skills, take a diversion from taking a degree, go ahead with a certificate, and still live a meaningful life. We also need to encourage entrepreneurship. And we also need to accept failures. If we want people to generate employment rather than seek employment, we need to create an ecosystem that will try to engage others in a meaningful activity and create value and share the value. But we are not going to encourage entrepreneurship unless we accept the failure as a part of life. We all have been trained and taught, and we have all accepted that success is the only thing that matters in life. And everyone says that. We all know who was the first person to set foot on the moon. Everyone knows Neil Armstrong. Nobody knows Edwin Aldrin, who set his foot immediately thereafter. But that's life. Not everyone is a winner. And not everyone has to win in life. But everyone has to lead a life which is a meaningful life, a life which contributes not only to self, but a life that contributes to the society. And to an extent, many of us are privileged to play a role which could be catalyst, wherein we encourage right talent to move forward, mentor them, offer them inputs, and ensure that your catalytic inputs have larger impact on the society. We need to ensure equitable growth. We need to ensure that we accommodate rural economy. The growth cannot be restricted, or benefits or pursuits of this growth should not be restricted to only a certain section of the society. And that is something which is a far bigger challenge for every one of us. I have very limited interaction with the society, but I could just possibly cite a couple of examples as to what can be done and what should be done. I'm associated with an initiative called YugParivartan, which is run by Kherwadi Social Welfare Association. It's an 85-year-old NGO with a presence across 15 plus states and 300 plus centers. It's one of the largest sustainable livelihood programs across the nation. Our idea is to impart training and specifically to disadvantaged section of the society. Impart skills to women and youth to enable them to find meaningful earning opportunities locally. Now, whether it is to train someone to do beautician's course, someone to do tailoring course, or someone to learn artisan skills, provide marketplace. In fact, there is a very interesting kamai.org, a portal created for opportunity and skill exchange, engaging larger population. And the target is to reach 1 million households over the next 3 years. Now, these are examples of NGOs playing the role which we expect United Nations or some such agency to do. No. Self-help is the best help. We need people who will go out, move to the field, dirty their hands, and ensure that they have created some value where they exist. I'm also associated with another training initiative, what we call Text and Clicks Training Academy. It's not an NGO, but it works like an NGO. Our primary purpose was to encourage uneducated and unemployed youth, students who have not been able to study beyond 10th or 12th standard for whatever reason, social, family, other compulsions. But without going into those details, we try to handhold them. We associated with government polytechnics and we gave them vocational technical skill training. And many of you may be surprised, but it goes into far more involved technical skills like non-destructive testing, piping engineering, fire and safety engineering. The advantage is an unemployed youth who lives a vagabond life on the street and is a menace to people on the street. He sees an opportunity to come back. Here is a golden opportunity for him to receive a government certificate. He is also exposed to the industry wherein we send them to companies like L&T, RCF, fire brigades, and also get them certification from these agencies. And suddenly here is a person who has not been able to see life ahead, has started seeing a ray of hope. And in all modesty, we trained about 1,000 plus youth in last 5 years. And I'm very happy to say more than 50% are gainfully employed in formal sector. And that's adding value to at least 500 families. Finally, I have one other small initiative to share with you, which is Thank You India. Unfortunately, today the society has been quite tuned to see what is wrong. We are more than willing to see what is not right. And therefore, we end up having negative stimuli coming on a daily basis. Every single exposure, every single experience, we only are tuned to see what is not right. I think we need to develop a sense of gratitude to see what is right. What is it that has gone right during the day? And what we call a social initiative to reward daily tiny good acts. Not everyone is destined to become Mahatma Gandhi, of course. I mean, one should aspire to, but not everyone gets the opportunity in life to become a Mahatma. But that doesn't prevent anyone from doing what he or she is capable of doing. Now, that could be a stage of self-actualization as far as I am concerned. That if he or she has done what he or she is good at doing, and what opportunity exists for an individual to touch a particular interaction point, touch a particular life for a day, and try to influence it positively. So the experiment was very small, very simple. Many of us have very bad experiences with taxi walas, rickshaw walas, and traffic police. We distributed 200 thank you cards in association with Thane Police Force, all 4,500 of them on the road. We rewarded with a thank you card to every citizen, every taxi driver, every rickshaw driver for behaving nicely on the road. A good behavior on the road, which could be part of his daily life or which may not be. But a policeman would go with a petal of roses and a thank you card saying that I am thankful to you that you have behaved in a disciplined manner on the road. And let me assure you, it had a great impact. Even government was interested in spreading this initiative across the cities. But mind you, what is the positive of it? It has changed somebody's life. It has changed somebody's thought process. It has changed somebody's behavior, changed somebody's attitude in life. There are people who would come and say, or who would come and feel good when they go home about their experience. And therefore, I said one has to be a true karma yogi. Not everyone goes to a multinational, not everyone becomes an academician, not everyone becomes a corporate leader, and not everyone can denounce life. So renunciation is also not possible. We are all going to live in this society. We'll all have family, we'll have constraints, we'll have limitations. But that does not preclude anyone from doing his or her best in wherever, whatever he or she is doing. With all this and with a very sense of gratitude, I am thankful to this forum. Like all other participants today, I have benefited immensely listening to previous speakers. I thank all of you once again for your time and attention. I shall be happy to answer any queries during the time allotted for it. With best wishes from all of us, take care, stay safe. Thank you.
Thanks, Kalpenji, for wonderful coverage on self-actualization and the concept of decent work and economic growth. And if we talk about the decent work, we have to start with the leadership itself. As per our findings, unless a leader is employed on a mission of self-actualization, he is underutilizing his leadership potential. And when a leader is underutilizing his potential, then all people who are following him, general public, they will all have restricted opportunities. So it is important that the vision of the leaders must be enhanced to the self-actualization level. And this is where Defined Values Consultants has taken it as a mission to create 1 million self-actualized change leaders in India by 4th June 2025 and 10 million self-actualized change leaders throughout the world by 2050. So this is very critical that all leaders, because when we say self-actualization, it means leaders are on the right path. They are developing the right future for the humanity. And if all of them are developing right future for the humanity, there will be a large scale cooperation, collaboration, and implementation of interdependence principle by them, instead of fighting with each other and burning each other's energies and resources, which you can see that it's happening at a wide scale throughout the planet today, that leaders of various countries are killing each other's energies and making each other's life difficult. So a smoothing agency is required, because if we talk about presidents of prime ministers and presidents of two countries, the lack of collaboration and smoothing between two such people results into crores of people not able to collaborate with each other. And this is resulting into the resource looting in an organized way throughout the planet. We all know that every country needs resources to survive their citizens, but at the same time, it should be done in a legitimate way. It should not be done through organized crimes in which is covered by the white faces. We seriously need to think about it, and United Nations is actually failing on that front, as it is clearly becoming visible on a daily basis now. So Defined Values Consultants, Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform, and the vision of Code of Citizens Conduct is that ray of hope for the humanity to move towards the golden age and terminate this era of Kali-Yuga dark age completely. So if the leaders are rightly employed, then there will definitely be decent work and economic growth for all other citizens as well. This is what we think, and we are working on this, and we invite you also to be part of Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. We will launch that on 22nd of October with complete vision and the ways and means and roadmap to join us and collaborate. Tomorrow, we are conducting Self-Actualized Leaders Leadership Development Masterclass as part of the summit itself. So we request you to be there as well to see the rational spirituality through detailed graphical models which are not found anywhere in the planet today. It includes several models into a unified system, which includes the two models that you mentioned in your speech, Kubler-Ross model, as well as the Abraham Maslow model. So there is a oneness of thinking between all these philosophers, and we have presented that in a graphical model form so as to prove a point that all those people who are close to their self-actualization level start thinking in a unified way. And this is exactly what is required for leaders and mentors. Thanks a lot, Kalpin Shukla ji. Looking forward to have a very synergetic experience with you going forward. And I hope each participant today who is listening live here or on YouTube must have gained a lot of insights into this subject. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Kalpin. Thank you. So with this, I would now like to invite my colleague Devesh Singh to invite our fourth and the last speaker of the day today, post which we will start the panel discussion wherein we will take up all the questions that the audience may be having.
Thank you, Hitesh. Now I am welcoming the fourth speaker of the day, Mr. Rudra Prasad Gimre. Mr. Rudra Prasad Gimre is a PhD scholar of Tribhuvan University and associated with DAV Business School affiliated to Purvanchal University, serving as a principal research cell director, Faculty of Economics in MBA program. He specializes in the teaching of engineering economics, macroeconomics, microeconomics, econometrics, matrices, trade competitiveness in South Asia, private sector development issues, social economic developments, and research methods, etc. He guides and supervises thesis and internship report of MBA, MBS, and MA students. His broadcasted interview on various economic issues on nation level television and radios are insightful. He is a founder member of nation level organization like NECS, National Economic Concern Society Nepal, and life member of MRF, Molong Research Foundation Nepal, and Economic Association of Nepal. He was a researcher at School of Economic Policy Studies, Nepal. He is an expert of impact of liberalization on trade competitiveness in South Asia, regional socio-economic and incorrectness of partners countries of South Asia and the world economy. He is a keynote speaker, research paper presenter, session chair, and participant in the national and international conferences. So please welcome Mr. Rudra Prasad Cambridge.
Rudra Prasad ji, kindly open your camera.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm visible and I think I'm audible, right, sir?
Yes, your audio is correct. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you in this global platform. And it's a global summit of 2021 with the purpose of the value definition and how the labor's work can generate the value in the nation. The nation may count the outcome of the labor. The session here will be concentrate on decent work and economic growth. That is the goals of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 8. From the perspective of the self-actualization in the context of Golden Age, that the objective is that our respected persons, Hitesh, Chandel, he has envisioned like that the humanity in the universe, it should have a certain code of conduct. There is a people, there is a person, and the persons have a code, have a potentiality, have a capacity to be transformed in him or herself, and also have the results in the physical world that may be accumulated in the form of the wealth, or it may be the welfare of the people or the welfare of the labor. So going through the context, the self-actualization is a state of the self-awareness. The person finds that what would be the effective decision. The change always witness the process of the decision, making process also. The process may be defined in a certain ecosystem of the organization, or say the people's effort. We can say that here is a latent potentialities of the people, or say the productive labor, and the labor definitely needs certain environment so that it would be meaningful. Saying these things in such a way that there are certain norms, certain regulations, and we have certain laws, policies, programs. We may have organized systems. Look, here are some of the healthy scenarios that Instead, they are being failure. See, the organization is going to be failure. See, the regional cooperation is going to be failure. Everything is going to be failure. The scenario also giving the lessons from the failure as well. Sometimes we could see that our mind is not working. Our mind is just observing and getting relaxed on that. There is the relaxation in the AI, relaxation in the data sciences, relaxation in the modern technology, and there is a relaxations on the certain settings that already Hitesh told in his remarks. And previous speakers also have highlighted that everywhere there is the talk of executions and implementation. But the reality is not like that. And when we see the manifestos, either the religious manifestos or the political, whatever, we people are, going through these manifestos, or say, the ideas, say, maybe have followers of a certain opinion, whatever. We don't know that what is our potentiality and what is our skill and what is the suitable place where we can insert our skills, knowledge, and experiences. The challenge is still now, the resource persons are beyond the alignment. Why? So the Hitesh assumption or his dream is that how we can manifest the latent potentialities from the countries like underdeveloped countries or developing countries or developed countries, wherever we live. We have certain norms, certain environment, and certain determination, so that we can have change and we can realize our dream. Everyone gets knowledge. Everyone get, the ideas, get experiences. But the self-actualizations and the leadership challenges is now these days alarming. The management of the labor. We should manage the labor. We should manage the 1 unit of our time. Every time we can use our energy, our synergy, our all kinds of manifestations. Maybe there we may generate wealth, we may involve in the capital formation, we may be the productive human resource in the right place. We may be the, transformational leaders. And our style of leadership may work very productively. Here, why I am saying these things, that these things are very important for the institution development. And the initiatives of Hitesh and this organization, thinking that the actualized power of the network of the leaders, whoever they are, the leaders have to listen many people's suggestions. Maybe there is agenda. Maybe there is, say, people's aspirations. Maybe there is the, demands for daily needs or fulfillment of daily needs, or maybe the development work, the leaders have to think or have to execute. The mindset of can work there. The mindset actually prepare you where you are going to launch the best practices. Here, some of the policies we have to revise. Our practice, our working style have to make very smart. We may use, the sense of reality. What the reality we have, what the dream we have, and how we can change the labor with the technology, with the capital formation, and how can we retain labor? So here is the challenge, what is the status of the labor management? How to find that? It's a challenge. The economy is undergoing in the unknown area. I mean, there is a black economy. The productive resources are engaged in the informal sector. That is a very challenging task. And after this COVID, we are knowing that who is the agent of the informal economy. Informal economy, why they are in the all economies, why there is a challenge of the transparency, why there is a challenge of, the good governance. A single person can make that the sales role in the implementations of the good governance policies and the transparency mechanism. These days, the corruption is overwhelming. And people, they are also crying, why there is, corruption? Why there is no results? Why labor are used in informal way? Why labor are ignored? The situation here is not realistic. It's not the sense that it's actually the situation is digging the poverty, digging unemployment, and rising inequality. So that the challenge is how we can be a one family, how we can be the one country, how we can be a one workplace, how we can be managed, our own philosophy to have new goals, goal zero, the self-actualizations of all leaders. As we propose this as one of the goals of UN, SDGs 17. It's a challenge, but this type of alignment of experts and this type of vision sharing, this type of thought sharing can definitely support to bring change, to bring revive in the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. We can think from here. We can think today, and one day we can have a development of leaders network, and we can have the valued personalities with a wisdom and what we actually formulating and framing for the human and organizational development in the world. Nowadays, these are the tasks so that we are here. The first part, we have to correct looking these challenges, looking these issues, that how to manage our, per unit labor? Are we using per unit labor very productively or not? Why we are sending our labor to abroad? Why we are not why we are not allocating the labor in the productive resources? We can simultaneously use the labor, capital, and technology. We have several econometric models. And these models, whether they are effective or not, whether they are challenging or not, why we are modeling this economic, the relationship we are developing. So there is a mechanism so that we can build up the one family for the one result. We have to explore only what our potentialities, so that brings the the health of the economy, gross domestic product. The gross domestic product is the wealth of the nations that is accumulated by using several resources within the country at a particular time frame, so that we have a time. We have a time, means productive time, and we can have labor. That maybe, we see that the labor is these days coming into the form of AI. Robots are serving and replacing our manual labors, or say our intellectual labors. There is a challenge that how we can increase our capacity, how we can increase our velocity in the productive sector. Are we building economy, or are we losing the economy? Why? We have lots of resources, but why we are losing? Why our economies are not cost effective? Our resources are why underperformance? These are the major questions these days. And we can have to accomplish that if we have a labor more synergic, then definitely we can imagine that the golden age. Everyone should be engaged. Everyone should be, the part of the economic organ. Every labor should engage maximum 8 hours, or whatever, 10 hours or plus OT, 12 hours. But there should be the labor security. There should be the labor's social protection. There should be the labor's, management in terms of income affairs. So the earning of the per capita income depends upon its, the economy's population. So why we are ignoring this population, and why we are using forced labor in the economy? These are our serious issues. These are the barriers of our vision of making golden age. So this age is a very, very solid age. We have to increase our capacity. Without capacity, we can do nothing. We can go, if we want to go ahead, if you want to see the progress in the labor development and labor always, demands that where is the part of the motivation? The motivation part, that depends upon, our mindset towards yoga, mindset towards our daily walks, mindset towards our goals, mindset towards our objectives, mindset toward our aims. So our aims as of the United Nations goals, that it is for economic growth, it is for sustained, and it is for the sustainability. So the formally we can look in the labor and labor transmission and the labor's the crossing of the transitional phase, because there are several challenges and the labor have to escape from these challenges. And what is the useful challenges the labor have to understand, and labor have to make the mind more free, and the labor has to work in the knowledge field as well as manual field. But the working style have to be made very smart. If we are smart, then our work, our productivity may increase in the economic performance. There is a functional relationship between the labor and the economic growth. There is a positive relationship between the labor creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship on economic growth. That's why we people have to explore our vision, our mission, and the alignment or the implementation. We grow with creating our golden age. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Saying these all things as a strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats, I say here that the mission should be how to make a labor smart. We should avoid the forced labor, the use of forced labor. One day, we can see that if we stop that the child labor or say the forced labor, then definitely we can see that a new change horizon of the development. We see development with a value. We see the engineering of the value. So the major thing is that how can we realize the YugParivartan vision from the decent world? Here, every human resource should get opportunities that tell us that the main, we say that the main thing, the YugParivartan Synergy Platform, we can empower. So vision is that the labor should get equal opportunities as a change agent in every economic organ. Economic organs like consumption function or the consumer, or we say that the production functions, producer. We can see some of the aggregate organs there, macroeconomic organs and microeconomic organs. So this should be functionalized by using the labor, by using or changing the labor. These things are very important these days. So in the mission of the YugParivartan, I want to say here that the labor should get equal opportunity in every economic organ. I actually repeated these things because our vision should not be deteriorated. Our vision should not be stopped by the settings of the certain people. Certain leaders are, scratching our way of change for the positive development. So here we all speakers are jointly saying that how can we make the productive mechanism that already built up and how we can, revise that. That is our duty, that we should make a new concept, new ideas, new proposals, so that we can change the world. So power of unite, we should understand. Power of one family, one country, one workplace, and the one philosophy. That is a kind of reality also. So that it's a part of mechanism for the development of the whole country, whole region, and whole the world. So saying these things, I want to highlight some of the aspects that these aspects are quite different, that the United Nations, had focused in a different context. We see that here, the decent work and economic, say, growth. We can say many things there, that we are actually changing these things. We are changing also as per the target. Why we are not, thinking that, the national circumstances, that Hitesh sir already told that ecosystem we need. Ecosystem we need. Leader work in a certain circumstances. Otherwise, leaders escape or leaders may have zero performance. So I appreciate that the ideas that already given some of the, our respected speakers, they have highlighted that some of the, qualities and some of the skills that required for the person. Leaders are human being, that or they say they need, right? In particular, what we assume that the 7% economic growth, normally, if we are living in a developing countries or whatever in a developed country, at least that circumstances we should have to create for the sustainable economic growth. Below 7%, that's not okay for the sustainable growth. It's my opinion that if we make our resources more productive and if we are safe from the vulnerability, so that, here the high level of economic productivity is required. The main requirement is the diversification. Similarly, technological upgradation, innovation, and the entrepreneurship. So that can increase the labor value. That add value to the labor or the everyday working capacity. Now, these days we have mismatched, the policy. We have lots of policies. We are expert there. And we are, cooperating some of the alignments in developing or executing the policy. Here is a challenge to implement policies that we know all. But what I am telling here is that, are we creating jobs? Are we supporting jobs? Are we following entrepreneurship efforts? Are we starting new startup, new ventures? Are we involved in daily creativity and daily innovation? We don't need education and degrees to be creative and to be innovative. You know, here our child, our adult who are going abroad for remittance, they need skills, they need awareness so that we can stop our labor going abroad. Why we don't see that, why we are not trying to change this sort of challenge, this sort of vulnerabilities in labor? Staying at home, staying at the office, staying at or working at own field is very productive. So we should think that we should have a plans, we should have a work plan, we should have a policy. Some days we need to go there in abroad to take knowledge, to take a skill that we can demand. Otherwise, it is, we think that these days we can connect everything, we can have flat collaboration so that we can, develop our arrangement. So here, how can we formalize it? The labors in our policies, long-term policies, short-term policies, or there is maybe certain level of what we have enterprises, right? We have micro or small or medium type of enterprises, and also we have financial services. Into what we have resources, we have capacity, we have training, we have education for the nation development. That's why we have to make the policy very progressive policy so that we can increase, the resource efficiency, not only the labor. We can increase the labor efficiency and efficiency of the others' resources, and these resources can overpower the part or the portions of the wealth in the economy. And our ventures, maybe, ventures goes to the, development of the economic growth or say development of, the, say, physical world. We may escape from backward to forward. We may be progressive. That's why, as suggested by the United Nations, we have to engage labor in a very productive way, in a very creative way. There may be the disabilities in labor. There may be some of the barriers in working labor. There may be less payment to the workers. There may be high engagement in the labor. Well, we know these things, even though our universities, our research institutes, our religious organizations, our other development agents, we say sometimes, our government all should involve there to remove the barriers of the labor. Here is a youth energy. Why we are making, youth very frustrating? We have several answers. The youth are the energy. But these days, the youth are frustrating because of the government response. Government response is very hopeless energy, very hopeless energy. And see that there is no employment opportunity, no education access, and even there is lack of training. By 2020, what we have, we have achievement of the goals. What levels we have realized. After crossing after crossing the COVID-19, we are in the 0 hour. We are less productive. And we see that the use of the forced labor, use of the slavery of the, slavery of the labor or tendency of the slave, human trafficking, even there is, and murdering, suicide, everything, the worst case we see in the child labor and adolescents and even in the, say, adults or youth, whatever. So these kinds of risks we should change by making the policy. We should, in the South Asia, we should have the alignment of policy, labor policy, so that we can stop the labor violence, child violence. We can see that sometimes that the worst situations of the labor. Why this is? Why labors are unsafe? Why they are unsecure? So these things are very questionable. We are, in the responsible places, we are in the responsible organization, but we are not taking care of, the labor rights. It's security, it's environment. So see, we see that the migrant workers there, they are even unsafe, and there are some of the women, they are also migrated, and they are not secured in the workplace. They are murdered because of money or because of other physical relations. So these things are the realities we may know. And these things we have to manage these days from the different sectors empowerment. We have tourism sector, we have agriculture sector, we have service sector, we have, the R&D sector, different sectors. And these sectors' endowment can guarantee the labor opportunities. Labor seeks sustained growth. If we create jobs, if we promote our culture and our product, then definitely we can secure the place of the work or working opportunities. And these are our target as well. And the people, they should involve in trade or in the business. They can have the access of investment. They can have the, certain level of strategies so that people can get youth employment and, we can get, the part of implementations that the global job pact of the International Labour Organization, right? So these things are very sincerely we can look there, and definitely we can reduce the poverty. Definitely we can reduce the, unemployment. So saying these things, I want to highlight here that we have many, areas where we have to standardize, and we have to increase the capacity. I have already repeated these things that the labor should get chance of, the, say, opportunity to be transformed. We valued people. They have to think the alternative of the technology as well. Technology itself is not sufficient. And this is, the technology is replacing the productive labor. Why? We're not going in a farm. We are sitting here. We are telling sincerely these things. We have the computers here. We have the people, and we are sharing these things. We are telling that we are every day highlighting these things, and concerned peoples also, or concerned organization, or concerned institutions, they are also they have also developed the policy, and there is a slow progress also. Look at these things. Why we don't go in the farm? Why we don't explore the farm very smartly? Why we don't produce goods and services very smartly? Is the machine dearer? Is the machine cheaper? Is the machine more value? Is the machine simple? Or is the machine complex? Or our network, whatever network we have, whatever machines network we have, what type of machines alignment we have. So these days, the poverty is growing at a faster rate, and there is a mass of populations who have very nominal income and very insignificant, contributions to create the wealth. So these days, we never have to think some of the aspects that there is the mechanism, but mechanism is not working efficiently. We can use these things optimally. The characters here, the features here is not more synergetic. The changing parts are, very little. The effectiveness of change, or the drops of change we find from the policy formulation, but the progress, when we look data, we see that there is billions and trillions and so many message or information we have. We can run the figures, we can read figures and find that certain information. But we have why very less and less improvement or the achievement. This is another challenge, and there is a solution also, that we have so many government, we have mechanism, we have political parties, we have civics, civilians, everything we have. But the utilization or math is still weak. So yes, we have that the global organization, that's the United Nations. The United Nations has formatted these things, 17 SDG goals. These goals have certain targets, certain programs, certain assignments, and certain, tasks. So these tasks are value-oriented. These tasks are, engineering-oriented. They are mechanical, more compact as well. So we say that the leaders I have to find what is the mechanical change here. Why there is a execution? Why we need implementation? Implementation is not a joke. Why we always have been failed? We think that the major thing that we have to explore the implementation mechanism. Whatever there is a flood, whatever there is a fire, whatever there is a war, whatever there is a people's movement, we should need that. We should need that the things that the implementation mechanism. These days, we are in the scenario of the development of entrepreneurship in the underdeveloped area. Very smart. We knew we get everything, but we are not making our time very creative, very productive, and we are not executing the things very efficiently. That's why our implementation is very poor, or we say that our implementation capacity, we see that is underperformance. Even looking these things, we are satisfied. Why we are satisfied? Why? So I am actually sincerely telling these things because we are failures. We are not putting our effort in the right place, and we are not the right human resources for the right places. That's why these situations we are realizing. 20 years we can be one. But here, people, when they talk for a few minutes, they detach their relationship. And how can they build the family? How can they build the society? How can they build their local areas? How can they build the government? The so-called government can't work very efficiently. So-called settings of the organization cannot be long-lasting. So-called programs and so-called organizations cannot work effectively. That's why I'm emphasizing that we millions people should be one for 20 years if we have a long-term vision for a certain mission. We have a certain mission. We have a certain vision for what? For 10 years, for 20 years. Means what? We should not have to be disalignment. We should be unite. And we should concentrate our all sort of efforts there. Then definitely we can realize. We can remove easily the poverty. We can avoid that unemployment situation in the world or inequalities in the world. But here, in the name of this so-called religion, so-called culture, so-called our unprofessional practices, we are always calling that we are backwarded. We are, there is something barriers, and sometimes we are telling that we are not working, but telling that others are not doing, so that we are not doing. What is this?
Thanks, Ruth Prasadji. We need to keep some time for panel discussion also. And I hope most of the points that you wanted to convey is conveyed. And I really liked at several places you have used the word why. It is very important to understand why. And Rudra Prasadji has rightly invoked all those why questions for which we all need to search answers. And the Synergy platform actually gives us that opportunity to raise such whys and find the reasons and find the remedies that why United Nations is not able to accomplish what they were all set to. Something somewhere is there behind the scenes, which is restricting them from implementing their own goals. We know that they are very carefully drafted, definitely by very intelligent people. But when it comes to implementation, there is a lot of challenges that they must be facing. And it is highly unfortunate that if the heads of the states, presidents, prime ministers, governments, United Nations, if they are facing that challenge, they are not resourceful enough to solve these problems, then who else would be? So either, like, we have a choice, either we keep waiting for United Nations to perform or create an alternative, not as a revolt, not as a attempt to eliminate them, but to synergize with them with all those missing pieces that they are not able to envision. Because if people are self-realized, if self-realized people are governing United Nations, then definitely there is no point why they are not able to see the solutions. We all know that we all have all the resources, all Panch Tattvas, as well as human resources and other natural resources to solve all problems of the world indigenously through this planet itself. We don't need to invade other planets to find the solutions to this planet's problems. But why it is not happening is due to the fact that they are not able to collaborate. This exactly is the single most reason. They collaborate on various forums, formal forums, seem to collaborate. But when they come out from those formal forums, they are kind of enemies to each other. We have seen that time and again between the mighty forces of this world. And somewhere we have also seen recent phenomenon in Afghanistan and the COVID situation. These are pointing towards a failure of the global organization, United Nations. They are our last hope. They are the last stop at which we will expect some solution. But in most of the important problems of the world, it seems that they are becoming more silent by the day. Even though we have advanced so much into technology of communication, but yet we do not hear a convincing answer from them of late. So there is a saying that when leaders fail to lead, ordinary people are forced to lead. Because somebody has to lead. Somebody has to show the path. Somebody has to show the roadmap as well. So Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is that hope, is that vision, that roadmap, which is continuously being or progressively enhancing its footprints. And because we are considering ourselves as the last hope, there is no point confronting with anyone. The attitude of confrontation has to be 100% tackled so that what we are preaching as a global collaboration, we must practice that as well. And United Nations themselves have given us that window or door through which we can enter into their system to help them. And that's goal number 17, partnership for the goals. We are ready to partner with the United Nations on all the 17 goals. And to make that truly happen, we are proposing goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders, without which most of the things will remain on paper only. We know we always, as a general public, we always have complained towards our leaders that when they say something, it looks good, pleasing to the ears, soothing to the eyes. But when it comes to implementation, we fall short of by a huge margin. So we invite through this forum and all those people who are listening to us on YouTube to come forward and join the Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. And to know what it is, you can go through our YouTube channels as well as attend tomorrow's summit, in which we will explain about what self-actualization is and how it can transform a person into an extraordinary performer who can deliver a Messiah level, avatar level, or messenger of God level performance. If we know our Aham Brahmasmi state and beyond, then we can deliver act of God. So all those things that you have said, Rudraji,
Thank
about
you.
the laborers. Yes, of course, ultimately the groundwork would be done by the laborers, workers themselves.
All right. All right. Thank you
Right.
so much. I actually completed my words, and thanks for your remarks that you have highlighted that the necessity of these days. The concerned stakeholders should understand what actually we are raising as the agenda or as our vision or the dreams. So we are actually facing several challenges and have to understand the challenges and manage all time. Thank you, Hitesh, Chandel, my dear professor, bringing these opportunities. And I also put my sincere thanks to your team and Ashok Gupta sir there. Thank you so much, sir, and thanks to all participants. Thank you.
Thanks, Rudraji. Please stay on the panel, and I would request other panelists, the speakers of the day, to open their cameras so that I can spotlight them into a panel discussion.
Sure, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Kalpen ji and Kamakoti Krishnamurthy ji. Rudra Prasad ji, you can, yeah, your camera needs to be open. Okay, so this is the panel for discussion today. So we have 3 out of 4 speakers still with us. So audience, please ask your questions. And in the meantime, I would request Arvind ji to start the question answer session by asking first question of the day.
Thank you, Hitesh ji. The day was started by Varun ji giving presentation exactly how the UNSDG goes step by step and what he all visualized. There were questions with him. I think it has to be discussed with him when he is here. Then Kamakoti Krishnamurthy ji, you spent 4 years in Himalayan heights. What you told in brief, but what was the driving force to be there, and what has, I'll say, if a person goes there, it is with a motivation, and what has motivated you to be there?
If I understood the question, you're asking what motivated me to go live in the Himalayas, and so I would say that when I was in Bhutan as a student, I was very fascinated, and I thought that I would love to live in the Himalayas later in life and see how it feels to live in the mountains. Plus, the other thing was I had also started practicing Kriya Yoga, and then I had also joined the Vipassana practice. So it was a time for contemplation, I would say. It was a transition state because I had just finished working in the environmental area, and I was wondering whether I really wanted to sit and meditate for long hours or am I built for that, or I need to do something else where I could go back and contribute to society. So I think when I was living in the mountains, I was able to, I think the universe, the divine will, allows you to, look at things. It comes to you, slowly. And of course, we have to make the effort. And I was always interested in the education sector, and I thought to myself, what are the different challenges that I faced as a student, and that allowed me to kind of look at the current scenario, and I said that okay, I think this is what needs to be done, and that's what I've been doing.
Thanks, Kamakoti ji. My next question is for Mr. Kalpen Shukla. Being the president of the IIT and IIM Alumni Association, which is we consider them as a pool of specialized workers, because IIT produces engineers, then a pool of specialized managers, IIM. So you are heading the Alumni Association of both of them. So what is your assessment about what percentage of people there in the association are actively developing themselves towards self-actualization level?
Thanks, Hitesh. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, please
Okay.
go ahead.
See, first of all, I would like to make a small observation that every individual from either IIT or IIM, for that matter, any other academic school, is a leader by himself or herself. And therefore, there is an opportunity for every individual to evolve into being a person that he or she wants to be. Each one may have his or her own definition of self-actualization, and I would not like to fit all into one kind of a parameter. And therefore, I say, and that's something which I covered in my presentation also, that a small person on the street is also a leader in his own sphere of activities. And as long as he or she is accepted by the people whom he can influence, and positively so, I think he has done a commendable job. So leadership is not something which comes with a title. As a president, I may call myself as a leader of 55,000 IIT Delhi alumni. No, I think all 55,000 are probably leaders in their own ways, contributing to the society in their own ways. And there are many who could be visible examples of having created maybe millions of job opportunities, having got investment into the country by which it has created further opportunities for people. And therefore, I personally would feel that we need to overcome this distinction between calling somebody a leader versus somebody not being a leader. Everyone is a leader, and we need to see each one in that perspective, where each one is in a position to do something meaningful, which is meaningful for the society. And as long as the person turns out to be a karma yogi, as one of the speakers mentioned, I think that leadership has to be appreciated, and we need to look at each one with a sense of gratitude. I consider myself to be very lucky that I have the opportunity to work with such people, and I value each one of them for his or her contribution.
Exactly. We do agree with that, that leadership is also contextual. So it has to be seen in various different contexts to understand whether a person is a specialized worker only or is leading. So we consider IITians and IIMs as a general perception as the leaders in like domain expertise when it comes to engineering, and then management expertise when it comes to the business management and other spheres of management. But at the same time, we would like to see them grow to generic leadership roles as well. So there are domain leaderships, of course, there are business management and all, but when it comes to governing heterogeneous set of people in the public domain, it requires a completely different set of skill. More than the skill, it requires an intent, an undying commitment towards serving the humanity, which makes a person leader. And that's exactly the reason that even though we keep cribbing about not so educated people becoming politicians and leaders and governing those people who are highly educated, but the fact remains that leadership skill is not about the formal education alone. There is something from within that should come out to make a person leader. And that's the reason why we accept all those not so literate or formally educated people as our leaders, right? So my question was in that context, that in this alumni association, how much percentage of people are in generic leadership roles as well, in addition to the domain leadership that they are providing to the country?
Okay. Let me give a small example of how many public service officers we have from IIT Delhi. And I can assure you, we would have more than 500 IAS, IPS, IFS officers as part of the alumni association. We probably would have more than 1,000 global faculty members who are doing commendable work in their own fields. Now, of course, everyone doesn't work in a space which probably has the conventional definition of taking social or spiritual leadership. Yes, corporate leadership also matters. Corporate leadership also creates our value. It contributes enormously to the well-being of the society. So tomorrow somebody becomes a CEO of a company which has direct or indirect influence, or rather position to influence 1,000, 10,000 families. I think that person has done a commendable job, irrespective of whether he remains restricted to corporate leadership. So in terms of leadership, I would probably accept a much wider definition for particularly IIT, IIM, although I mean, we may call them elite institutions, but yes, they are slightly privileged people because they get opportunity. They get opportunity to influence because they do well, they work hard, and their mindset is trained to find solutions. So what we are trying to do today is to find out people who have the problem-solving mindset, people who have the intent, inclined ability to solve the problem that he or she is expected to. And that is where I would expect more and more IIT IIM alumni to take leadership role, solve the problem, be it societies, be it countries, be it global. If hunger is a problem, and hunger has nothing to do with IIT or IIM as such, we still need to look at it as an issue that needs to be addressed to. And therefore, I would certainly urge my alumni to contribute towards whether it is Atmanirbhar or Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, anything and everything. Just put your might behind it and make it successful.
Right. So one last point to you before I move on to Rudra Prasad ji to know the perspective from Nepal, our neighboring country. So I expect or request at least 10 to 20% of IITians and IIMs to join the public leadership as well. Because public leadership, generic leadership comes with a pinch of vairagya. When you start getting detached from the worldly life to this earth and calm related initiatives, and start thinking about doing dharma ki sthapna. And when we say dharma ki sthapna, it means to set the things on course correction towards the right direction, right? So that comes with a lot of vairagya, detachment from the worldly life. And we have seen several people, of course, getting excellence in corporate field is one of the greatest contribution that people do to the world's economy and the ecosystem. But at the same time, we have seen a phenomenon which is related to self-actualization, wherein people even get disengaged from that corporate life, not because of not getting enough opportunities, but because of pointing their mind getting pointed towards something more meaningful, more purposeful, and value addition to their life as well as to the lives of other people. So if we get such people into public life who are IITians and IIMs, then I feel that this talent pool can be better leveraged, because if they see people from their own clan moving up towards public leadership positions, then definitely they can leverage and channelize their energies towards creating a synergetic system in the country. This is something which I feel is lacking in the country, because we have seen a lot of brain drain, of course, with a few percentage of reverse brain drain as well. But primarily, it still remains a brain drain, wherein most of our IIT and IIM talent is pulled towards the Western world to serve their ecosystem, which is already quite developed. So we need to develop new systems in underdeveloped and developing countries, for which we require the precise talent like IITs and IIMs. So what do you say about it?
I do agree with the observation, but I'll also make a slightly qualifying remark to it. Today, people who have gone abroad in the past, I think they are the strongest soft power that this country enjoys. So the IITians who have gone abroad and done commendable work, irrespective of what they have done and for whom they have done. Today, we are getting the kind of respect globally for our technically qualified manpower is phenomenal. And that is something which is going to be a long-lasting strength for this country. So when we are developing yoga as a soft power, let me assure you, the people who have gone abroad are probably still today, as on today, is the strongest soft power that we possess. Second, in terms of taking social or public leadership, yes, it comes with its own hazards. People are not always inclined towards accepting certain things in life when they have a certain background. At the same time, I do agree with you that people must take those roles, must come out, must spend time with the common man, common problems, and try to find solutions at a ground level rather than at a stratospheric level. But I think we need all kinds of people. Some people will probably play their role and some people will play their different role. So
right, that's why I use the 80-20 principle, that 80% of the talent is still required on the technical front. But yes, 20% should now upgrade themselves to self-actualizing positions.
Agreed.
Thanks, Kalpenji, for candid response to these important questions. So before I come to you, Arvindji, I would go to Rudra Prasad Ghimereji to get some perspective about Nepal. So in some of your communication, you have mentioned that the talent from your country is also going to the outside world, the other countries, because they don't get enough opportunities within the country. So I am assuming that you were saying that in context with Nepal and not India, because India has its own share of people being pulled to outside countries. But I feel that Nepal, Bangladesh, and other smaller countries around India have a higher percentage of people getting pulled towards other countries. So was that related to the Nepal's situation? Or is it in generic that you're talking about for Indian subcontinent?
All right, Professor. Thank you so much. This is the serious, issue in the country Nepal and others countries, small countries in South Asia. You said that except India. All right, I agree on that. We know that there is the situation that the underdeveloped countries, Nepal and other countries. This is a kind of feature as well. And here, say smart people or say the high intelligent people, they prefer to the advanced country to work or to pursue study, higher study. That's the reality. That can replaced by India, right? But here it cannot be there. We can have relax in India or in China. We have two possibilities staying in between two giant nations. And more preferably, we want to stay in India because our culture, our language, our everything, is similar with India. So that we expect more from India. Expectation, it may not be possible, but our destination should be India. I mean, our America should be India, our UK should be India, our China should be India, women. That's why actually here is no opportunity to work, opportunity to serve in the government or in any, business sector or the private sector. That's why we are moving from here to Europe or America or the Australia. This is a serious challenge. So we want to create an opportunity to those level who want to stay in the country by startup or by the research institute or by the top level, universities. Here, actually, we have foundations, but not we have sufficient management of the resources. That's why we have, great infrastructure. We have universities, but there is less efficient human resources. That's why we have to reform in the use of the human resources in the universities, in the government institution, even in the private institution. That's why here is the main challenge is that there is a lack of infrastructure development in one hand, and on the other hand there is a lack of human resource development. That's why we educated people or we rich people always try to see the secure land. Where is the secure land? India. Yes, India. And then after Australia, then after UK, then after America. Ultimate is America. Here they prioritize that, right? So the message here, what I actually share with you is that we have to develop two things only in the country Nepal. One is the physical infrastructures. Another is that the institution, and in the institution, the human resources. That's all, Professor.
Yes.
Okay.
And in fact, my proposal to you is to lead Nepal unit of Self-Actualized Leaders Network, set up a base there, integrate all the high and mighty and educated people of Nepal together into that system, so that eventually we can come up with an organization structure which is like without affecting the sovereignty of any country. We need to bring back the Akhand Bharat concept, wherein all the neighboring countries around India becomes part of that Akhand Bharat, or you can say country called as United Bharat. Right. So in that we can have Nepal as one of the primary allies, and naturally they should tilt towards India as compared to the other neighboring mighty forces because of the cultural issues as well as the various other historical events that we have shared together. So Nepal is like it was home to Akhand Bharat, part of the Akhand Bharat, and there are several scriptures which talk about people from Nepal. I think, if I'm not wrong factually, Sita Mata was also from Nepal. So it is very important that this country must become part of this Akhand Bharat, United Bharat system, more than the SARC. Of course, SARC has its own specific purpose, but what we are trying to do through Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is to come up with new entities with a new meaning, new mission, new objective, new goals altogether, which are all unifying, which are connecting people at the higher level of spirituality, and which can bring that common thread between all of them, which can create a garland for the world to come together as one family. So my request to you is invoke that self-actualization potential, attend the masterclass tomorrow, wherein I will explain about the concept of self-actualization, so that even this is for Kalpenji as well, that all those people who have found meaning in their life, that may not be the last mission, that may not be the highest that they can do. So when they attend the masterclass, they will come to know that there is still a possibility to expanding the size of their mission to at least 1,000 times more. Right? They have not become president of America or the Secretary General of United Nations so far. Right? What is stopping them to even think about it? Why not think about being a Vishwa Guru or a Vishwa Samrat? What is stopping? What are those roadblocks which are not allowing them to think like that? Do we not need a Vishwa Samrat, or do we not need a Vishwa Guru? Even if we don't go for that position in a formal manner, can we not think from that level? If we think from the level of being a Vishwa Guru and Vishwa Samrat, then definitely our performance will rise to thousands of times. And that's exactly the message of self-actualization is all about. Don't stop. Don't consider any mission as a final mission unless you have seen the entire world as a family. Unless you have seen Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina Sarve Santu Niramaya as the objective of your life. Right? So all such high thinkers are being brought together on this energy platform. So my message to Rudra Prasad ji, you, is that Nepal is a plain paper today, right? Vis-a-vis Project YugParivartan. So you can write your story. Start being the leader of the people of Nepal.
All right.
Think about it today, that what is stopping you to do that? And if you get some intent created, then we are here to strengthen that intent and empower you with all the resources which are required to manifest your avatar performance. Thanks, Rudra Prasadji.
Good.
My last
Thank you.
question is for Mr. Kamakoti Krishnamurthy. So being like having spent a lot of time in the Western world also, you have a perspective of both India and US in your experience, Kitty. So somewhere I feel that, of course, US-India collaboration, which is already in a good shape, is very critical for the growth of both countries, right? We complement each other in several different ways. So what kind of opportunity do you see by leveraging your 20 years experience in US, how we can further grow this collaboration between one of the most mighty forces of this world and India in the New World Order?
Well, I think we are already collaborating in a big way. I mean, look, one side is politics, which we don't want to discuss. The other side is the business side. And, we have seen Indians who are running US companies, who have become CEOs of multinational companies, especially high-tech, Microsoft, Google, and so on and so forth. So I think we have also observed that many of these US companies have set up centers in India and, in IT outsourcing and so many other kind of service industries. The collaboration, I'm still trying to figure out how well to answer your question. It's, it's a matter of, it's already happening, but I can't think of anything. I only feel that this meeting of the East and West, is happening so fast that it's happening, of course, more on the material side, that companies want to leverage the Indian talent plus save on costs, plus India is also a big market. But in terms of collaboration, I think my fellow IITian Kalpin has, there are many of our friends and batchmates who are living there, and we need to actively get them involved. But to be very frank with you, to inspire people to give back to the country or to, kind of make them feel, not a kind of an obligation. So in IIT, we had a free education. The government of India provided all the resources. For me, to be very frank with you, if I didn't have the spiritual quotient, I would not have come back. Okay. Pardon me, but I think the US is a great country to study. It's a great country to perform well and go up the ladder compared to the obstacles we face in India. I believe my other friends out here would be able to vouch for that. And I've observed myself, it's very difficult to, especially when you're exposed to the West, the way of working there, the Karma Yoga aspect out there, compared to coming here. Not that Indians are not working hard or anything, but the system creates so many obstacles, especially after you have lived there, that you really start questioning yourself. There are cases of people who have gone back. I'm very, my case is a special situation because I have this, I never felt complete in the US in a way, but I encourage everybody to go and study and work there and gain that experience because you have both perspectives. In fact, I started appreciating India better when I was in the US. I call it the 3 Fs: friends and family, food and festivals. You miss that, when you're living abroad. Here you have the originality of that. But coming back to your question, it's a very contextual question. I don't think I have the answer for that because personally I've seen with my friends, do they want to do something? Do they want to collaborate? People are too busy, I mean, I don't know how to put it. I think each one of us who are trying to do something in our own way, it is an individual It's an individual cause. So business collaborations are happening, but coming from your point of view, I don't have any answer for that. I'm sorry.
So let me inject some unconventional wisdom into it, so that we can understand that yes, it is doable. So the very phenomenon that has happened within your mind, right? As you said that you got spiritual leanings due to which you could not feel complete in US. That exactly self-actualization is all about. When we start understanding that unless we do something really meaningful, of course, when we do an economic activity, set up a business, a production house, or other ventures, it also adds value to the overall ecosystem. It generates employments, it increases economic activity, generates taxes, which is converted into some social work by the government. That surely happens. But that's the growth up to the level of self-esteem only. When you see that with the Abraham Maslow's model of human evolution, so that takes us to the self-esteem level. And this exactly is what is happening with IITians and IIMs when they set up abroad. They develop a lot of self-esteem, and we really appreciate them. It's like a lot of respect for them, and they also become quite humble after attaining a certain level of achievements. But at the same time, the very phenomenon that has happened within you, this should be enabled so that people start developing themselves to self-actualization level also. Without self-actualization level, any achievement-oriented person who is very well settled abroad, has a lot of material in his or her possession, and has no problem as such. Because unless they feel some problem of the world as their own problem, they will not be moved. Right? So again, 80-20 principle, at least 20% of all those people who are settled abroad, who have achieved a lot in their life, must come back by having the similar type of mental transformation that you have experienced. So think about it. It's not that you have to have a ready answer for it. Think about it, how this can be enabled in the diaspora.
Hitesh, I have to be very frank with you, and maybe Kalpan can help me here. You can take the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink, okay? We have all been inspired by movies, by readings, by people, and so on and so forth. But the inner urge, I think self-actualization is a very individual spiritual quest. Whether you do through karma yoga, bhakti yoga, jnana yoga, the Patanjali's, Raja Yoga, it is a very personal thing. Karma yoga in the material field is being a good leader, bringing an organization to a level where every employee is happy and so on and so forth. Then you have the spiritual side, which is a very individual journey, as you know. I can understand your point of view that how is it possible for people like us who have met our material, goals, and possibly even our spiritual goals, can inspire others. And I think what Kalpin said, the word acceptance, I have a philosophy: no expectations, only acceptance of every individual. No control, it's about awareness, and so the whole language has to change, the perspective has to change. And this thing is a very it's something that has to be coming from the inner core. It should not be a mechanical exercise. You should have love for doing these kind of things. Otherwise, it will become an ego aggrandization. I want to put my name here. I write a check, and the Vinod Gupta School of Management, and then you have a scandal out there on Wall Street with like insider trading and all that. So, to be very frank with you, I'll quote a Ramana Maharshi principle. He said, somebody came to him and said, like, World War II is going on. Here you're sitting there, you're a self-realized person. What are you doing, So he said, like, what, the creator who created this world knows what to do with the world and what is happening out there. You have to mind your own business. You do what you have to do. I mean, you don't know like what these people are doing. So I think everyone should become an inspiration. But I tried a lot, to see whether I can inspire people. But the only thing I've realized is that you can only be yourself and do your best and do whatever makes you loving and passionate in whatever you do, and set an example. You can't go and, directly like mentor people unless they come to you. That is my personal experience. Different people have different experiences.
Okay, so I would like to accept what you are saying as well as differ to some extent by adding a missing dimension. So if you see the Kubler-Ross model also, it ends at the acceptance, right? But there is one more stage after that. After denial, fear, procrastination, and depression and acceptance, there is something called as integration. That's the sixth level, which we have classified as S6. There is S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, S6 classification related to the Maslow's model. So when it comes to S6, it is self-transcendence, where such rules do not apply. It goes with a completely different set of rules beyond cause and effect. So people are not aware of that because in the formal education system, S6 level communication is not being given. It's like the entire education system is producing unfinished products. And that's why we are accepting this as a fact that we can just inspire people, we can just tell them, we cannot force them, we cannot control them. All of this is possible. Why? Because this S6 level communication is altogether missing. People don't know it. They are totally unaware of it. So they are choosing from whatever platter is presented in front of them. And the platter currently is without S6. If that choice at all is not there, then how would they choose? And this exactly is where the Vishwaguru projected company comes into picture. We are adding to the platter and telling them that there is something, a sixth stage beyond Kubler-Ross 5 models. There is something which is beyond self-actualization, which is self-transcendence. At self-transcendence, people can see it as an accountability. And once you have seen something as an accountability, there is no excuse. There is no excuse of being happy. There is no excuse of being not feeling such problems, right? And as you said, that it has to come from an inner urge. Yes, but this can come through two ways. One is through the Nigura way, that is without guru. It can come to some people's life, like all those self-actualized people who have self-actualized themselves without any guru, they have done it. But then there is an alternative. There is a second option, which is with the guru. With the guru, it's the responsibility of the guru, self-realized mentors, Brahmagyanis, to enable that inner voice. That inner voice can definitely be enabled, right? This exactly is what is part of self-actualization program. It enables that sixth level of light and sound show of God, which makes a person think like God, which makes a person see the world from God's point of view and not come up with an excuse. Because the example that you have cited is definitely is from a very prominent person of history. But at the same time, they may also fall short of S6 level understanding. Now that they are part of history and they are like Mahima Mandit and we see them as eminent people, it doesn't mean that they have reached to the panacea of human development, right? This is the USP that we are carrying, that even if a very big name of religious, spiritual, political world has not seen it, doesn't mean that it cannot be seen. So it is, I consider that kind of communication as a procrastination only. It's an excuse. It's an excuse to not give your avatar level performance. Anything that stops us from giving our avatar level performance is nothing but an excuse. Take it with a pinch of salt, but this is true. Not being God is not something which we can shy away with. We have to give the performance of a Masiha. That's exactly what the common people are waiting. They are not waiting for their leaders, managers, IITians, and all. They are waiting for their Masihas, Masiha to come into their life and solve their problems.
I'll make one small remark. Since I'm going to support what Mr. Kamakoti is saying, I think it's a journey which is highly individual. It would be slightly preposterous to say that I'll go beyond self-actualization and start behaving like God for anybody for that matter. I'm not God for even for my maid servant or my security guard or anybody for whom I'm doing anything, unless I do it with a sense of responsibility that I have to do it, and that comes from inside. It doesn't come from outside. No amount of teaching, even guru would fail if the Shishya is not in a recipient mode, or Shishya is not adequately placed to receive the Gyan that Guru is going to share. And therefore, this highly individualistic journey cannot be formulated into a can box which can be delivered to someone and somebody can become a self-actualized guru or guru by himself. I think we have to allow the time and the process to take its own course, and each one would reach a destination which may be different from another, but there is nothing to deny that person the journey that he or she wants to go through. And that's where I probably am a strong proponent of a theory that there is no need for all these complicated fundamentals. Work is worship, cleanliness is godliness. There are 5-10 simple sentences can live a very good life for anyone and everyone. And therefore I would, and that is what I suggested in my discussion also, as long as an individual is performing his or her role to the best of his or her ability, I think he or she is a true karma yogi. That person has gone beyond me. I don't consider myself to be a self-actualized person as long as I don't do it. And
okay, so with the only one question, Kalpenji, as a counter, as a humble counter, people should go back. It's not an answer to be given. It is a question to be asked from ourselves. When you say that people are performing at the best of their abilities, so who has decided their best? Where is the benchmark? Have they themselves decided their best has arrived? Or there is a benchmark available? If there is a benchmark available, have we related ourselves with that benchmark?
No,
so that's a question to ponder upon. It's not to be answered. It has to be asked to ourselves that yes, even if somebody has become a president of America, is this the maximum level that he can perform from? That's the question that we need to ask.
Agreed.
So I leave it as a question.
I'll only make one line remark. Honestly, it is not possible for any third person to say anything about anybody else. Even if I were to question President of America today, in what capacity am I going to say that you can still go beyond? He's probably making best effort to go beyond that, and I have not even reached there. And therefore, when I am trying to make a judgment on a third person, honestly, I am assuming that I know better than him. I can suggest something better than what he or she understands. And that is where my submission is. Yes, nobody knows what is best. Nobody knows what is God's design for each individual. And therefore, a third person trying to influence the course and direction of somebody else's life is probably may not be in the right direction also. And that's all what my submission is. I take your point fully.
I have to say something here.
I agree to it. Arvindji, 1 minute. I agree to it. I agree to it that who are we to say anything about anyone and to judge them. But at the same time, we can get into that provoking. Of course, I am purposefully provoking. It's not that I am trying to be egoistic. I'm purposefully provoking that yes, let us sit on a platform and decide through manthan, through discussions, through fact findings, through logic, through rationality, that what would that maximum performance be, on the basis of which we can judge our own performance. We have to give that mirror, that benchmark to the people, right? And we should not even see that who are we to do that. Yes, we are a responsible citizen of this planet. We need to understand our code of conduct as a citizen of this planet. And because we have done something really wrong in the wrong direction, that's the reason why this pathetic situation has been created, right? It's not something which is not solvable. Right, it is very much in potentiality of human beings. 780 crore human beings are there, and when you say that direction, who is any person to set direction for other people? So let me tell you, every work has 4 components: vision, direction, strategy, and action. And people who work on the action, they are workers. Those who work on the strategies, they are managers. Those who work on the direction are called as leaders. It is the full-time job of a leader to give directions to the people who are following them. They have to become guiding light that other people can follow. And it's not something which is a forceful control on the people. People need that kind of an organized system in which they get the directions to move forward in their life. And if that direction is not coming into the leader's life, then it is the full-time job of the mentors to show that vision. Mentors can sit idle when leaders are in right direction. But when leaders are losing direction, it is full-time primary accountability of the mentors to show that vision which can take people to the right direction. So I just leave it on that because more questions have to be asked. I agree with the style of Rudra Prasadji, who has asked more questions than giving answers. Because somewhere we have to first become curious. We have to give appetizer first before we give the full meal. So this is an appetizer for all high and mighty people of the world to think that have they really reached to their maximum, or their final mission seed is still waiting to be invoked. So thanks a lot. I have nothing against anyone. It's just to provoke them to think more than what they have thought so far. If something has not happened so far, it doesn't mean that it will never happen in future. This exactly is the reformer's job, to inject unconventional wisdom into the minds of people so that they can think beyond the boundaries of their current mind state. Thanks a lot. Thanks Rudra Prasad ji, thanks Kalpen Shukla ji, and thanks Kamakunti Krishnamurti ji for being a wonderful panel today and giving us your words of wisdom.
Before we wind up today,
Arvind ji, एक मिनट में आ रहा हूँ आपके पास. So before we end up, we have 3 small activities left. We will go to Arvind ji to listen to his thoughts in a brief, and then we'll go to Mr. Devesh Singh, my colleague, to give a formal vote of thanks to all the speakers of the day. And then we'll come back to me for a 1-minute information about what is in store for tomorrow. So over to you, Arvind ji. Please come to the stage.
Hitesh, many things have been discussed with Kalpen ji and all these persons. If all of them can be here, it will be, I think, better, because there are certain points to be talked to them.
I would like you to be brief because we are at 3:30. So if you can say something in 30 seconds, and of course, everyone.
It cannot be done in 50 seconds or 30 seconds. It's better not to say anything, because there are lot many things. If it has to be done, it cannot be done in 30 seconds. So in 30 seconds, I can thank all these panelists to be here, and we'll interact when the time comes. And it was a wonderful interactions. Thank you.
Thanks, Arvind ji. We will definitely have a detailed panel discussion and platform to discuss decent work and economic growth, because this is something we all can agree that employment will have, meaningful employment will have a cascaded effect in solving several problems of the world. Other United Nations Sustainable Development Goals will also get positively impacted if we enable decent work and economic growth in the world. So for every such goal, why we are proposing goal number 0 is to inject an unconventional wisdom in all the 17 goals. If UN doesn't have the solution for it, it doesn't mean that nobody on this planet has the solution for it. We have the solution for it. Just the shifting of these S4 peoples of the world. S4s are all those self-esteem people who have evolved up to the self-esteem level of Maslow's model. If we give them just one push and help them enter into S5, which is self-actualization, the entire world's problem will get resolved right at the root. Thanks everyone. So Mr. Devesh, I would like to invite you to give formal vote of thanks before we end the session today.
Thank you, Hitesh ji. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to give the vote of thanks to all the speakers of the day. Honorable Chief Mentor, Mr. Hitesh Chandel ji, Honorable guest speakers, dearest team members, and our most valued participants. Pleasant afternoon to this wonderful gathering. I, Devesh Singh, a co-team member of Project YugParivartan team, feel privileged to propose a vote of thanks. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. First and foremost, we thank the Lord Almighty, who has designed and refreshed our souls with a sweet stream of blessings. Thank you, Lord. We express our gratitude to our Honorable Guruji, Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel ji, to organize such a wonderful event on this virtual platform as part of the Project YugParivartan. His incredible leadership and timely and proper advice provide us with the opportunity to conduct this summit and gain further experience in conducting public forums. We have been fortunate enough to have eminent persons from different regions to share their views on Goal 8 of United Nations Sustainable Development, decent work and economic growth. We are sure that the participants must have got a lot of learnings by attending the 11th day of this 24-day Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. On behalf of entire team of Project YugParivartan, I would like to express our deep sense of appreciation for Honorable Speaker Mr. Varun Aryaji for inspiring us through his presence. His deep insights into the subject of decent work and economic growth reflects his vast knowledge on the subject. It is indeed our pleasure to have him here today. Further, we are grateful to Mr. Kamakuti Krishnamurthy to share his reflections based on his wide experience of working in West and East. This gave us the variety of perspectives in the understanding the subject of UN SDGs Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. We are extremely thankful to Mr. Kalpen Shuklaji, whose multifaceted career profile has helped us understand the various aspects of generating economic growth in these challenging times. And last was not the least, we are enriched by listening to our fourth speaker of the day, our distinguished guest speaker from Nepal, who has added additional perspective on today's theme from the perspective of our friendly neighboring country, Nepal. Heartily gratitude to all the speakers who generously accepted our invitation, spared their precious time from busy schedules, and share their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you, dear sirs. I hope all participants today, just like each day of our summits, would have gained a lot of insights into the subject of UN SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and I am sure that tomorrow's session on self-actualized leadership from our very own Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel would definitely be enlightening and empowering. With this, I would like to hand over the mic to Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel to inform the audience about tomorrow's agenda and then formally close today's session.
Thanks, Deveshji, for wonderful vote of thanks. And I would like to add to this gratitude that if people of the kind of personalities that we have today who have contributed through their thoughts, we honor everyone's viewpoint. It's not that when we debate, when we counter, when we say something other than what others are saying, it means a disagreement. Disagreement leads to new solutions, new findings, new paths. So Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform is designed in a way that without any ego clashes, without any Mahima Mandan or Mahima Khandan, we would be able to debate with people and find the logic which is best for the humanity. Because it's not about who is right, it is about what is right. So we have to find that what is right without bringing our individual egos in between, and that's exactly what self-actualization will enable. So tomorrow's session will have 1.5 hours self-actualized leadership development masterclass included into it, wherein I will explain about the subject of self-actualization in detail and how we have extended the model of Kubler-Ross, Abraham Maslow, Aristotle, Patanjali, Bhagavad Gita, and several other philosophers who have presented to us a direction since time immemorial. Since thousands of years, they are inspiring us to get a direction in our life, and this should not be restrictive. It has to open our mind towards the new possibilities, new findings, new logic, new rationality. And that comes when we are on the path of self-actualization. So tomorrow we will cover that in detail. So I invite all participants of the sessions today and all those who are listening on the YouTube to be present tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. The structure of the day would be 11 to 11:15. We will have context setting. Then 11:15 to 30, we will have Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation, followed by 1.5 hours, 11:30 to 1 p.m. Self-Actualized Leadership Development Masterclass in English. And then from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. candid conversations with me, straight questions, tough questions, difficult questions, any question under the sun, or at least any question of this planet, please do ask. For those information which you can find on Google, I would request you to skip those questions. All those things, facts and data will be available. But when it comes to questions related to any Gyan related subject, please do come forward and ask your straight questions. No question is bad. Every question invokes a direction. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Looking forward to work with all of you, all audience and all speakers. Looking forward to work with all of you on Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.